duffel bag and let's roll. So coming fast, so grab the duffel bag and let's roll. Let's roll. Let's roll.
(2017년) 봄 흩어진 별들과 다시 돌아온 별들이 한자리에 모여 거대한 별 최고의 스프링을 만들었습니다. 이제 대마의 결승전을 거행하려고 하는데요. 지난해 최정상에 올라선 팀은 올해도 그 빛을 발했고 16시즌 전 세계를 오르겠던 스타들은 다시 이곳에 모여 새로운 시대의 도래를 선언하려고 하고 있습니다. LCK 6년 가장 많은 변화를 맞이한 지금 이제 스프링에 나설 결승에 나설 두 팀을 여러분께 소개해드리도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 세상 모든 것들 이번에도 단 한 번도 깨지지 않았던 기록 LCK 결승만큼의 무조건 이긴다 100% 승률 거기에 롤드컵 3회 우승 세계대회 트리플 크라운 거기에 이제는 LCK 6번째 우승에 도전합니다. SK 텔레콤 팀원입니다. 혼돈의 LCK 그 중심에는 바로 이 팀이 있었습니다. 서머의 제왕으로 불렸습니다만 이제는 다릅니다. 우리는 2017년의 제왕이다. OGN SKT 텔레콤을 꺾고 세계 정상에 오르기 위해 모인 슈퍼팀, 올해 MSI는 우리가 간다. KT 롤스터입니다. 자, 이제 본격적으로 한번 달려보도록 할까요? 영어로 Let the finals begin. 2017 LCK 스프링 스플릿 대망의 결승전을 이곳 인천 3단 체육관을 가득 메운 팬 여러분의 뜨거운 환호 함성과 함께 시작하겠습니다.
Telecom have overcome every challenge. They are the undisputed best team in the world. The SKT reign continues. They win their third world championship.
사실 그 결승전 때 저희가 졌으면 어떻게 됐을까 하는 생각을 가끔 해요. 그래서 그렇게 약간 불쌍하다는 느낌도 들고
잃은 게 너무 많거든요. 울잼스 우승을 놓고 무너져버렸어요.
그냥 지면 안 된다. 이겨야겠다.
이러다 보면 최고가 될 수도 있겠구나.
하지만 이제 시원한 경쟁을 뚫고 단 2개의 별만 남게 되었습니다.
evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Incheon Samsung World Gymnasium. I'm Achilles, this is Papa Smithy, and we'll be bringing you the action here today. It all comes down to this, the spring split finally ending, culminating in a clash of two titans, the Telecom Corporations face off yet again, SKT versus KT Rolster.
And every Korean League of Legends fan had the same first instinct when we saw the KT Super Team. We all thought we'd be here in April for KT Rolster versus SK Telecom. We are, but the route that got us there was pretty winding, Achilles. It was a surprise to see KT dominate Samsung. No other way to put it. Dominate Samsung in the semi-final. And now we get a grand final that, once again, SK Telecom, they come in favorites, but feels like the first game could really tell the tone of the day, because if KT can win game one, I think all the cue cards need to be ripped up and anything can happen.
Yeah, it's been a bumpy road here for KT Rolster, but now everything on the line. That spot at MSI being the champions, dethroning SKT. All comes down to this right here today. We'll see if they're able to do it. It's been a rough one for them. Finally, we're able to take down MVP at the start of the playoffs, taking down Samsung, as you say, in convincing fashion. But the final boss is waiting. You saw him there in the chair. But first, we're going to hear from the
지난
players.
결승전 때 정말 아쉽게 지고 나서 팀원들한테 많이 미안하더라고. 많은 것을 잃은 결승전이라서 눈물이 살짝 나더라고. 많이 힘들었어요. 슈퍼팀이잖아요. 와, 이게 진짜로 이루어지나?
한국에 오는 게 목표였어요. 중국에서 굉장히 잘하고 있었는데 이 정도 팀은 돼야지 올 수 있었다고 생각해요.
형 우승 시켜주러 왔다고 애들만 믿고 있습니다.
우승하려고 돈을 많이 썼구나. 기대도 많이 했던 것 같아요.
훈이 피넛의 영입도 팀의 전력 상승에 긍정적인
LCK도 내가 할 수 있다 보여드리고 싶었어요.
최고의 팀이니까 아무래도 영광이었다고 해야 되지.
어떤 선수가 와도 결국에는 정상급 선수가 될 수 있다고 생각해서
올 사람은 무조건 우승할 수 있는 사람이기 때문에 되겠다 생각했죠. 애초에 멤버가 SKT는 많이 바뀌지 않았거든요.
쳤어요. 정면까지 가면서 조준현이.
내 실력이 아직 그렇게 녹슬지 않았구나.
다들 잘 해줬기 때문에 전체적으로 좀 만족스러웠던 것 같아요.
다음 경기는 더 잘해야 된다 이런 게 계속 쌓이다 보니까 게임도 잘 안 되고 복잡한 마음 많았어요.
SKT전을 지고 연패하면서 정말 열심히 노력했던 것 같아요. 극복하기 위해서.
쓰게 합니다. KT가 결국.
KT가 확실히 이번에 폼이 좋았던 것 같고, 그렇다고 해서 저희가 무섭다 그런 건 아닌 것 같아요.
저희가 이제 SKT 부시려고 모인 팀이거든요. 제대로 보여드리겠습니다.
커뮤니티에 팀원들 한 명씩 사라진 짤이 있어요. 그래서 저는 삼성전에서 동영이 사라지길 원했는데 귀엽고 올라와가지고
그냥 편하게 들어와.
이번 시즌은 특히 더 자신 있어요. 사도 SK.
작년에는 근데 칼 가르쳤는데 실패하셨잖아요.
아 진짜 너무 마음 아파졌을 거예요.
그 친구는 좀 말도 안 되는 그런 좀 패기? 피 터지는 싸움이 되지 않을까 굉장히 설레요. 정말 2년 전 월드컵 기억나니? 기억나죠. 저는 그때도 제가 이겼다고 생각하거든요. 아 이러면 정글 탓하는 건가? 너무 탑신병자인가?
스맵 선수 되게 잘하는 선수긴 한데 저랑 훈이 선수가 충분히 이길 수 있다 생각합니다.
뭔 말도 안 되는 소리인지 모르겠는데 어떤 선수가 나오더라도 이길 자신이 있어요.
딱히 제가 밀린 적이 없어가지고 정글 싸움은 무난하게 느낌 많이 들어요.
정글은 어차피 팀빨이랑 팀이 잘하면 제가 더 잘하지 않을까.
요새 블랭크 선수가 각부라고 불리는데 원래 그 별명 아니었던 것 같은데
스코어 선수도 원래 별명 스고수 아니었잖아요.
모든 그게 저를 도와주고 있죠. 결승전 날에도 도와줄 거라고 파이널브리 친구.
사실 칼날분이 제 친구라서 저를 도와줄 거거든요.
페이커 선수 위주로 게임이 거의 다 풀려나가는 걸로 아는데 제가 잘 막아줘야 될 것 같아요.
플레이 스타일을 파악을 많이 해서 좀 상대하는데 약간 편할 것 같아요.
이드는 허원석이죠. 페이커 너무 이때 동안 잘했어요. 한번 무너져야 돼.
잘 될 때랑 안 될 때가 스스로 구분이 잘 가거든요. 근데 이번에는 별로 무너질 것 같다는 생각이 안 들어요.
또 요새 알파카가 잘해가지고 잘해주겠죠? 알파카, 마타.
데프트 선수랑 하면은 이길 것 같아요. 누구랑 해도.
준식인가 올해까지만 해먹게 해주세요. 이걸 봤는데 그만 해먹어라 진짜. 걔네들 나쁜 놈들이 너무 해먹잖아.
작년에도 했던 말이어서 또 올해 되니까 또 올해까지만 해먹고 싶다 이 생각이 들더라고요.
LCK 2번, MSI, 그리고 롤드컵 4번. 딱 4번만 우승하겠습니다. 그 정도는 양보해주면 괜찮잖아요. 올해부터는 안 될 것 같다고. 마타 형과 제가 요즘에 폼이 많이 올라와 있는 상태라서 저희가 이길 것 같아요. 엠마! 공격도 똑바로 해! 경호 조용히 해. 형만 똑바로는 이겨요.
저희가 확실히 롤챔스랑 롤드컵 우승을 많이 했더라고요. 롤챔스 이번이 6번째인가? 잘 기억이 안 나네요.
KT 롤스터 로고에도 별 3개가 있거든요. 저희도 별 3개가 있는데 의미가 좀 많이 달라요. LCK는 담을 수도 없어가지고 롤드컵만 3개 담았거든요. 꼭 그렇게 다 가져갔어야 속이 후련했냐? 나쁜 놈들아.
엉어야, 너는 우승하기 위해서 SKT를 갔지만 형은 SKT를 잡기 위해서 KT로 왔어.
좀 먼 길을 선택한 것 같아서 아쉽고 벌써 MSI 갈 생각하고 있더라고요. 설레발은 아직.
이번에 우승해서 우리 LCS 브로들 보러 가야 돼요. 영화 안 한 지 너무 오래돼서 너무 그립네. I miss you guys. I'll be there soon.
정균이 형 결혼할 생각하지 마세요. 동빈이 형 우승이 먼저예요.
저희 코치님도 결혼하기 힘들고 스코어 선수도 둘 다 좀
아무리 그래도 제 우승이 빠르죠.
스코어 선수가 우승하실 것 같아요. 준우승.
결국 목표는 SKT. 때가 왔죠. 기대돼요. 어떻게 될지.
Well, there you have it. The trash talk coming out of the players. Some nice little quips back and forth between them. Baker getting them at the end there with that runner-up title. KT desperately trying to avoid that for the second time, but let's go ahead and take a look at the boots as we unveil them on stage.
So awesome. As was the intro, we saw the bunch with Jeff Faker sitting in it and Mada looking over with envy. The last time we were in this venue, Samsung Ozone versus SKT T1K was Mada versus Faker. Faker won on that day in their undefeated season, and Faker is looking pretty peerless as we look at SK Telecom T1, new jackets, new poses, same old SK Telecom T1.
And exactly who you might expect to be starting here. Hooney kicking things off the top lane with Peanut in the jungle. No sign of Sky still. The duration of the spring split as Faker will be starting in mid. Bang & Wolf, as always, holding things down in that bottom lane.
SK Telecom have never lost a domestic title outside of Masters 2014, which was a mashup of organizations, 5-0 in Champions history, only a single win for KT Rolster, of course, back in 2014 summer. Baker was around for all of them for the first time. Bengi is not in the squad for a grand final. Bengi's time in China is for another day as we watch Hooney, who of course has his own EULCS titles from years ago. His North American adventure didn't lead to much. His Korean adventure will be determined today.
His North American adventure is what helped him get here. I think he's going to be pretty happy with the path that he took. Now just a couple wins away from finding an LCK championship title for himself. But on the other side of the arena, it's KT Rolster. You know these guys, you love them. No subs to be coming in. The same roster, starting off with Smeb in the top lane, Score in the jungle. Pawn coming in very confidently at the mid lane. And then Deft and Mata in bot.
And the development of this roster has been a water cooler moment for every League of Legends fan in the world. Every time we saw KT, we said, okay, super team, are they gelling? At the start, certainly. In the middle of the season, it felt like the wheels had come off, but specifically against Samsung, everything culminated. The dreams of what you read on paper came alive against Samsung Galaxy. They looked like world beaters, and if we can see that same KT today, it will not be a straightforward series for SK Telecom T1. Mata and Deft have stepped up in particular, and I like how you mentioned Pawn, who had the second most deaths on his team behind his support in the regular season, has died only 9 times in 6 games, and looked like he could take Crown very confidently in the semi-final. Crown is only second to Faker in most people's tier lists. It's got number 1 today.
See if he can take him down, see if he can get it done. And exchange hands for the chair. give it over to Bada this time around, perhaps, or maybe just take it for themselves.
This is the first time that Cher has ever been live in a stadium, despite being around over 10 years in Korean esports. Bonjour means untouchable, the absolute best, no question. The only person anointed by OGN was Faker. Maybe we'll see someone at least start to step towards that Cher today.
Could be a bold move and a big goal to have for yourself, but they're going to try it here today, KT Rolster. Overall, we're getting ready to jump into that pick and ban to get the games underway. I'm just going to tease you for a little bit longer as we pop back over onto camera.
There's just so many little stories as well. Remember, this is a funny story. What was our last final? Rocks Tigers versus KT Rolster. I know you were watching that in the stadium in Jamshil last year. There's more Rocks Tigers here, despite the fact that KT Rolster is represented. The super team only kept score, the only remaining KT player. However, we have 2 Rocks Tigers, 2 reigning champions, and one of them will become a double champion in a row because SK Telecom Peanut versus Smeb on the side of KT Rolster. And we actually get a return of the jungle matchup that we saw in the grand final that honestly, Score won pretty convincingly. Score was absolutely the talisman of KT Rolster a year ago, I guess 6 months ago during the summer playoffs. His match against SK Telecom, which was the semifinal last time, was peerless jungling. The Rek'Sai game, I believe, was game 3 or 4 of that semifinal where he ganked every lane and basically overcame a massive CS disadvantage. He still had a great season. It is still KT Rolster KT Rolster Score and a supporting cast. But the supporting cast is finally hitting the marks that were expected, and that's why we're really hyped for this final.
Yeah, I mean, Score, you know, pretty much we were touting him as being the best jungler in the world despite not making it to Worlds, despite not winning that final. But now, this is where it really matters. This is where he has to have that same performance that he had against Peanut, but this time, not let the Baron go away at 2 HP.
And he's the man of almost. You know, you have to say his only Korea title, IEM World Championship 2014. Very long time ago. No Korean championships to his name at all. 3-time runner-up. It's his 4th time. All the way back at Summer 2013, Zed versus Zed. Ryu remembers that day, but Score remembers as well, was 80 carry on that day. Of course, has the 2 further losses in summer finals. It's actually KT's first ever spring final. They were always the kings of summer. Now they're trying their hand at spring, and hey, summer wasn't that nice to them, so maybe spring will be kinder.
Yeah, it's been a pretty good run for them so far, but you know, again, SK Telecom, the final boss.
For sure the favorites.
And absolutely the favorites. I mean, we were looking at the pregame show, it's about 76% in favor, at least 2/3 of the fan vote going over to SK Telecom. So the fans are backing them. KT, they really have to defy all odds to win this set.
I mean, both of us did an interview with Phomos, the Korean newspaper here, and we said the same thing, SKT 3-1. And I think on balance, you know, if you're going to be an analyst, if you're going to look at the long form, we've had a very long double round robin season. SKT have looked the better team, so you kind of have to give them the benefit of the doubt as we see GBM on our screens, back from Europe, I guess. So I think you have to give them the benefit of the doubt, SKT, but you've got the 3 games. You know, the recency bias starts to come back, Achilles, because those 3 games were so big as the rest of the SKT squad. No subs, of course, for KT Rolster. 3 here, and you'd have to be a betting man to say we won't see Blank at all today.
I really do think that if SKT starts to go down in this series, Blank is going to come in and he's going to scoop them up.
Something about these
run them out the victory.
letter B junglers stepping off the bench. Bengi famously at the World Finals, and now Blank potentially could have that same role. The only undefeated player in the entire league. Sample size of 6, but he has looked good, and if we're going to be honest, it feels like when Blank is in the lineup, it squares up SKT. They have a pretty traditional 2016 and previous SKT style, and Blank is honestly doing his best Bengi impression, which, memory serves me, means winning.
Yeah, you want to do the Korean Bengi impersonation, though, not so much the Chinese one.
Come on, work that out there. Here. No more Lobos to the LPL. Their final is next week, of course. I know they have semifinals today.
It's going to be great. See who comes out on top of that one. I know that those guys are excited to go ahead and head their way over to China. And then, of course, we have
Stadium
MSI.
finals, baby.
And then we have MSI coming up very shortly after that. So a lot of exciting tournaments on the way. And ALCS, EULCS, everything just getting wrapped up here to finally figure out who those teams are going to be clashing in Brazil.
And maybe we're biased casters. We're focused on this one. This is the main event for us. This is the match that we've all been waiting for. But I think the last point I mentioned, where there was that time where it looked like it would be Samsung. It looked like it would be SKT versus Samsung, just like the last time we were here. I mentioned SKTK versus Samsung Ozone. 3-0 on the day, undefeated season for SKT. That was the first time the Bonjour chair came out as well, which not many people will forget the radioactive intro from Imagine Dragons on the day. We're back here. It is KT Rolster. Mada, of course, still on that squad. And there's just a lot to talk about because there's lots of individual stories here. Of course, the KT stars coming back from China, coming back from overseas. Huni coming from overseas and finally having his first domestic season in Korea. And in many ways, impressing as Koma's looking sharp in the booth. And maybe the stories will start to be painted on our screens because we can't be too far away from Picks and Bans.
I mean, Koma likely looking for a double victory here, win that championship, get himself a bride perhaps at the same time, but coaches in the booth ready to go, should have that pick and ban underway. We can finally go ahead and kick off the spring split final. The telecom war, 8th one across any sport, starts right now.
Let us see where the priority goes. If you remember, KT's bans in Game 1 against Samsung really felt like they won them Game 1. It was Zyra, Ezreal, and Varus on the day. First pick Caitlyn, trying to really focus the bot lane. And KT have most impressed me when they've honestly gone to an old Deft staple, whether it was Samsung Blue or EDG, playing through the bot lane, getting Deft ahead. Remember the 5 and 8 minute turrets in Game 1 and Game 2 of the semi-final unleashed the roaming, and so far the bans are the same. KT are going to try and focus the bot lane if they do copy that very winning success against Samsung. But remember, it's SKT. They know what to expect. They have been sitting for 3 weeks. They haven't even played on 7.6 because they've watched all the games develop, and they are known for their adjustments. They are never a team to launch out the window for the start of a new patch. They're much more traditionally about waiting and seeing and understanding the lay of the ground. And we look at the bans, they will not be double AD ban, but double support ban. And both Mada and Wolf have played a lot of Zyra and Karma this season.
Yeah, I mean, Karma, his most played there for Wolf, 13 games on that one. The Nami's still available, which is the second most picked, but Graves is the final ban away here from SK Telecom, so targeting out that top lane pull and then also taking one out of the hands of Score.
And it was a two-step process. It was basically getting Smeb ahead on carry matchups and setting up Deft and Mada to win bot lane. Was the way that KT overcame Samsung, with Pawn going even or better against Crown in the mid lane, a surprise on the day. You notice the AD cannon ban from SKT. SKT have not played a single game of on-hit cannon between Huni and Prophet. Now, they have both been practicing it in solo queue, but for Game 1, they're going to ban it away. Could definitely be a pick that comes up later. And with the support pool already down, 2 out of the top 4. It only feels like Tahm Kench and Lulu, a big support champion still available. Lulu will be taken as the first pick on red side.
Yeah, this isn't one that Wolf has really been using specifically.
Oh, baby,
so much,
undefeated Lee Sin.
There we go, yeah, they're going to go ahead and lock this one in. So Peanut currently 9-0 on this Lee Sin, gets his hands on it, and that's also a takeaway from Score, who's been performing very well with it as of late.
While it's a takeaway, Elise is available, Score's best champion traditionally in his career from the jungle, and it also opens up Pawn to go something like the Talon from the mid lane. The big story is if you can draft Elise, Zyra, Rumble, maybe even 2 out of 3, you get to really flex up and have an AD mid laner without damage fall off. So Pawn now has some different imposing options. And speaking of options, we know that this is a flex pick for KT Rolster, so the double lockdown bot lane and point and click CC in general. I mean, Summoner Spell Cleanse doesn't help you against Malzahar, but already feels pretty required against Ashe and Elise.
Yeah, so already going to go ahead and start things off there. That Malzahar pickup, so it's going to give some ambiguity here for SK Telecom continuing in the draft.
They'll just take Varus, most likely at this pick. It's the strongest available AD carry, and they don't want to take a double AD carry ban. You'll notice that Caitlyn goes through picks and bans, even though it was a really big contested pick against Samsung, but maybe that said something about Ruler's champion pool. Now we're going through the second round of draft. No sign of top lane. Will we see the carry matchups that were kind of the story from Cuvée and Smeb? Obviously, Cuvée struggling against Smeb, one of the most flexible top laners when it comes to tank and carry top lane matchups. But will we just see the traditional tanks? And it seems like SKT not interested in those carries.
Yeah, gonna go ahead and ban away the gangplank. So SKT, we'll see what they want to go for. Nautilus still available. Maokai on the table as well, but a bit rarer these days.
It does feel like Nautilus priority has gone way, way down. It was overlooked by both Samsung and KT Rolster in the semi-final quite a lot until the final game where Cuvée jumped on it. Speaking of top lane, so far that's been the complete focus. Remember that Pawn will have to blind pick against the mid lane and choice of Faker. Renekton banned as well. So many lane bullies are being taken off the lift. You look at Smeb's champion pool. A lot of Maokai, a lot of Shen. Both of them available. It's looking like a very safe Shen draft. If SKT won it as the first pick on the red side, that's the real big champion that sticks out. So will we see a Shen ban or Shen first pick from SKT? That's my first instinct from the ban so far in the second round.
Final ban comes through. It's actually going to be LeBlanc out of the mid lane. So Pawn, I mean, showed this one off just the other day, but we haven't really seen this from Faker.
It's a blind pickable champion that wins a lot and gets lane priority, and Pawn's lane priority was such a big thing against Crown. It wasn't something we expected. Now, Orianna and Ryze have been the biggest picks for both mid laners. Ori probably the most standard blind pick, and what does Smeb have available to go against Shen? He can just take Nautilus and go for a tank matchup, but they have had basically every pushing lane bottom taken away, except for the Jace, which you can take. He's been practicing it in solo queue, 3-1 on the season, but this is definitely a Ninja Tabi into Sunfire, into outscale potential for the Shen.
Well, it still comes down to this last pick, because this could be that mid chase with the support Malzahar, so we still have to see what the final selection is going to be from KT.
Pawn hasn't found a lot of success on Jace. That's why I don't mention it.
All right.
And so with LeBlanc gone, the blind pickable champion is Syndra. Now, Ahri has been an answer pretty traditionally, and Faker does play it. And we have seen other picks around the world. Piglet was loving the Karthus, of course, and that's an outside chance, even though we sit no Karthus. Or we could go super traditional with the matchup that's honestly being talked about a lot, especially in the interviews from Cloud Temper and Dong Jun, our Korean casters, unless this would be a counter matchup from Yor, a much riskier choice than the Echo. But the kill potential in mid lane is suddenly there for Faker.
Oh, they're going to go ahead, lock it in, Fizz for Faker in the mid lane. Not one we've seen from him in quite some time, but he's going to bring it back. He's trying to make a statement here now.
And we've seen Fizz from SKT, but as it shows currently on the screen, it was a top lane Fizz coming through from Huni, with the teleporting knight. No sign of teleporting knight. Not going to be a mid lane Shen, even though Faker has played mid lane Olaf and all other manner of craziness in the mid lane. It's an old matchup, but certainly one that can work out. A lot of kill pressure here between Peanut and Faker. KT's best game plan has been an early gank top onto a squishy member. Now it's a Shen, so that's a lot more difficult. And then helping the bot lane. They kind of relied on Pawn to go even or better against Crown in the 1v1. And this one is different as the ARG's been souped up, and what an occasion for it.
Yep, gonna go all out for the final. So animated ARG coming through for you guys.
This to me tells us that KT prioritize pushing power in top over anything else. It is an obvious outscale matchup when it comes to something like the Ninja Tabi, shutting down the damage from both Ashe and Jace. But KT want to allow Score to have the first rotation through the jungle. As man, even we have to smile. We saw these in the rehearsal. They still look damn badass.
It looks so damn good there on your screen, especially when the arena is filled in with the sold-out crowd.
Faker's first game on Fizz for a long time, but has been a pick he's liked in solo queue, has been a pick that he's brought out in and out of meta. It's a counter matchup to the Syndra, but in a different way to the Echo kind of outstains. This is all about killing the Syndra.
It's gonna be a lot of outplays, gonna have to keep our eyes on the cooldown for that playful trickster. Faker going to need it to dodge out on those unleashed powers, on those scatter the weaks to keep himself safe. But after checking out all the members, all of the champions here in the game, let's go ahead and do just that. Get into it, get onto the rift for game number 1. The telecom war starts right now. SKT1 versus KT Rolster. Here we are. Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Welcome to the 8th telecom war in history. SKT maybe looking to start things off with a bit of a bang as they go for a full team roam into the jungle.
That's pretty on the nose. They do have a player named Bang, but I take what you're saying, and I think the draft also is pretty on the nose from SKT. Sure, Shen outscales Jace. Sure, Fizz has a lot of kill pressure onto Syndra. But you don't need to be an analyst to notice the wave clear short of Varus and I guess Lulu is pretty limited on the side of SKT. So there is an element of risk where the snowball draft from KT could really hit their timings. Nice defensive ward put down, scouts out the roam from SKT. This does actually free up the 3 members on the top side to get some aggressive vision of their own. But you look at this draft from KT and you say, okay, mid lane priority early. As Hooney's back is stopped, you say, okay, Smeb having pushed priority early in the top lane as well. That usually means that their jungler is empowered, and Score has had Peanut's number on many occasions, even if Peanut has had some good performances recently.
Oh, this could be bad. See 3 members here of KT sitting in around the Raptor camp on spotted here as Hooney roams his way up.
Yeah, on
Score
patch,
starting this off.
now on patch 7.6 today, guys. Score's level 2 already.
He's gonna go ahead, gets that shield as he draws the blade to himself. Peanut's taking away the enemy red.
Complete the thought, it is patch 7.6 with Galio still disabled. I know LPL is currently on 7.7 and they had Galio enabled on 7.6. We are the same as NALCS and EULCS. It is no Galio today. No innovation from the patch at least for the grand final.
Consistent here. As Score also takes away that red buff. Peanut. A bit of a faster start here on the enemy side of the jungle.
And
And
the start
down to the bottom lane very early if he finds an opening.
And while starting on the enemy side of the jungle sounds risky, remember both teams put down 3 wards in the enemy red side quadrant, and thus they actually had vision over the enemy side of the jungle. So vertical jungling in many ways was started as Peanut took a greedy exit route and thus takes almost all his health.
Yeah, he's gonna go really low. One more shot would have taken him out. That's gonna be a fast back after he kills off the scuttle grapple. Gets some HP,
but not anything
relevant. Safeguard there, but yeah, not gonna be enough for him to stick around and fight something like the Gromp. So this is going to actually send it back to the base rather early, much earlier than you would expect or hope here for Peanut. Smite is available. He could go ahead and use that to sustain himself in the jungle, maybe stick around for a little bit longer. But if Score were to counter jungle, it'd be almost certainly a first blood.
But given the camps that were started, it was very clear what was going to happen in terms of jungle pathing. There was no chance to find Score at the enemy scuttlecraft, given he started enemy red and knew that Peanut was taking camps in his own jungle. So there was relative safety, even if the health bar didn't suggest it. And we saw also Score go for one of those wraparound Elise ganks that he did in game 2 against Samsung, where they got the kill onto Cuvée that time. Remember, Hooney's on a true tank. Pulling off those ganks in the top lane are much more difficult. So the snowball top into camp bot strategy that Score was really putting into place that felt very EDG-esque is not possible given the champion picks.
Gonna have to find another avenue to approach to get his team ahead here. For now, just gonna be resolved very slowly. Smeb, as you would expect, up in CS, 22-14 is the way to continue cracking into that tower. Hooney is going to be struggling a bit. Same can be said sort of here for Faker, but he's keeping up rather well, you'd have to say.
Finally get to see Def Mata versus Bang & Wolf in the bot lane. Felt like it mostly went over the way of Bang & Wolf, who, short of their struggles against Ruler and Core JJ, have looked pretty peerless in the bot lane. They have the wave pushing advantage here as Malzahar's relevance in lane pre-level 6 with the nerf to Voidlings is certainly not massive. But it was Deft and Mata really stepping up against Ruler Core JJ, often getting the early turret, often having a big CS advantage, forcing multiple backs pre-10 minutes. It was one of the biggest changes in the semi-final against Samsung, getting those sort of advantages against Bang & Wolf, who can dominate lane, but made their name. Came from SKT-T1S onto the SK Telecom joint lineup and made their name as being defensive laners to allow Faker and Marin to play aggressive. They're equally adept at playing defensive and aggressive, and for now, it's the defensive side for SKT.
Yep. Visitation here to the mid lane.
He's already used Playful
Trickster,
Trickster.
but Duke's back. Doesn't get caught out there. Will get stunned, but he's inside the brush, so keeps himself safe, at least for the moment. Flash still available there for the Fizz.
Nice gank timing, though, you have to say, from the Elise. Score always on point with those runs.
Well, meanwhile, the exchanges here in the bottom lane. Mata and Def both going low. Bang not quite. Doesn't have the timer there for that piercing arrow, so can't get more damage down, but still very handily winning these exchanges.
They were definitely trying to twitch the heal at the last possible minute, or maybe bait out heal and have an advantage, but not used by Def, who's always one of those steadfast summoner users. Harass War being won by SK Telecom, in the same side of the jungle. Could see some early skirmishes very soon.
He's roaming down. Tripod's not warded, so Peanut spotted at the moment here. Bang, silence. Sonic Wave comes out. Good check from Peanut. Does find Score. And stops perhaps what could have been a very botched dive under the turret.
And these are the developments that have happened with Peanut playing under Coma. That was Rocks Tigers Peanut, the blind check into the bloodthirsty Cold turret dive is what we'd expect, but Peanut over the course of the season has calmed down. Sure, we've seen Huni and Peanut go for some over-aggressive turret dives, but that was mostly 4, 5, 6 weeks ago. They've been a lot more controlled about how they use Peanut, and he is still a weapon with insane mechanics. He's able to get through the early phase, which for now hasn't been punished like we've seen, say, Spirit and Score do in recent history.
For now, Peanut is looking to go ahead, tag a 5th straight win on that Lee Sin. Undefeated throughout all of spring would be pretty impressive, you'd have to say.
He's level 6, but he's at least cheating towards the bot side with the red respawn, which of course they have the exact timer for. One has priority in this lane. That's mid lane.
That's going to be tough. The water's coming down. Flash away from one. Gets locked up. Stand United's there, and Huni gets the taunt. That's first blood. Going over to SKT, but out to Memorize on the backside of the TP. Huni flashing up, but he takes so much damage, and he will fall. His Score is able to answer one right back. 1-1 on the board. Gold lead very slightly in the hands of KT.
But you have to say that Pawn losing both summoners and dying is a big cost. Syndra is only strong if she has lane priority, which she should. She has a pushing top lane, a pushing mid lane, and a jungler that could actually cancel out any control wards and get priority around mid, but that has not been the game plan so far for KT.
Here's Smith pushing forward, gonna try to keep Faker away from these minions.
That's so close to level 6 as well. He'll have it. Tentakus to arrow one more minion. There it is.
He does have it. You see Mata coming through, now level 6. The arrow comes down, locks up Bang. Overriving. Gets a shield on. Bang will get silenced, takes quite a bit of damage in the exchange, but overall walks himself out with both summoner spells still available.
Yeah, both bot laners are wondering what it will take to actually blow a summoner spell because both have been stubborn not using them.
It's a big game of chicken.
It is Bilgewater Cutlass already, so a lot of lifesteal available for Bang, who'll want to stay in lane, chug some potions to stay relevant. You can't see Mata's experience bar. Flash, Nethergrass can't be too far away.
Going to be rarely relying on those shields from Wolf to help mitigate the damage coming out.
And KT have regrouped around mid. 3 control wards around mid lane, 2 on the top side, 1 on the bot side, allows Pawn to overextend like you need to as a Syndra to have lane priority. If Syndra is ever second in lane control to Fizz, SKT have won the map hands down. But they're investing a lot to allow Pawn to still walk up. However, you're never exactly sure of the kill pressure of a Fizz. That full rotation onto a Syndra, especially with the barrier down, do a hell of a lot of damage.
See blue buffs now just going to be handed off to both these mid laners. And snatches it over the wall. That one off. Still plenty of wave clear there for him. Faker moving over. We'll go ahead and snatch this one up for himself.
Let's talk about win conditions. There's a bit of a downtime in the game. We mentioned early, big wave pushing advantage for KT, especially in the early game. And that's the sort of thing that needs to be abused. It's a snowball draft from KT because they're facing triple teleport from SKT. And speaking of snowball, this is the timer.
Yeah, pop over the wall there, but Huni, he's wrapping back around. Stun comes through, they lock him down into the flash up the wall with the Q, and Score locks him in. No one else there to follow up. Huni gonna get knocked down to about half health, but now KT have the opening on this turret. It's already been chipped down pretty considerably. The bottom lane, not so much for SK Telecom. So first brick gonna go over to KT Rolster.
And that was the big story of the semi-final, getting first pick and rotating multiple members looking for catches. They have Malzahar, Ashe, Elise, Syndra. Their catch potential in a roaming gang squad a la OMG in Season 3 is massive. It's basically another freight train. So for now, SKT may be taking a cross-map objective, but you can never leave Jace too long with a turret, although Bang does have free time in the bot lane.
Yep, go ahead to get that one down. Ocean Drake goes over to SK Telecom, but a 1.8 thousand gold lead accrued here for KT Rolster thus far.
And the best thing about casting the best teams in the world is you start talking about win conditions and you see them come to life on the screen. Trying to take a second turn.
Gonna be looking for another one.
Faker has to ult to even have any relevance here. Could have considered ulting the minion wave. They're waiting to see if there's an overstay. Stand United back up from Huni, but they get a lot of damage on the mid lane turret, and KT need to keep this pace. Late game, there will be nowhere for Syndra to safely farm or enter lane. Level 16 Fizz makes short work of the Syndra. There's a lot of people mid lane.
So it's going to be the playful trickster coming through here from Faker. 5 members now grouped up with KT. They will be able to take down this tier 1 turret, stretching that gold lead even further. But now, going to be looking for a pick, a kill if they can find it.
Great grouping from KT. Remember, it's Shen in the top lane. He can't push even when he knows it's free. He sees 5 members mid. He can overextend like all hell, but there's nothing he can do to push this early in the game with just a balmy Cinder. backs away. The KT have got the early snowball objectives, but it feels like we're back into week 6 when we saw this matchup twice.
Jump the waters, coming through. Peanut jumps over the wall. They lock down Pawn. They'll take him out. Peanut going into the resonating strike comes up with a second kill here for SK Telecom. Still quite a ways to go. However, they get rid of the Syndrome. There's still 2,000 gold in the pockets of KT.
Clean pick. They didn't get spotted by any of the control wards, but only a pick. There's no other objectives to take from the big pick that came down. Wolf can get some aggressive vision, but nothing else to talk about. No way to get an answering turret. In the late game, I said triple teleport. Remember, it's even Fizz with teleports. Syndra literally has nowhere to go. Look at this. The Q into the instant cast buffered ultimate max range. The most damage, all the backup. Very clean stuff from SK Telecom. The lane gank, the only way they could avoid all the control wards that were put down. But in the late game, yeah, with the Fizz teleport, you need to get this big lead. So while it looks like KT is way ahead, they need to keep this up, because if it goes 35 minutes, their strategic options start to go away.
Well, the War of Attrition finally won there by Bang, causing out that chain of corruption. Finally gets the flash away from Deft. Waiting in the wings.
They the Ruin King advantage for Bang as well.
Yeah, big item advantage here for him. As Deft still working his way towards it. Does have that recurve bow, so just a couple 100 gold away if he doesn't already have it in the inventory.
Smep can only make the aggressive pushing you see because he has vision of the jungle in the bot. He has no coverage in topside at all, but still auto-attacking onto the inner tower. Good communication there.
Faker yet again, not getting locked down by that Cocoon. Way to safety, but Wolf gets locked down by the Netherground. As Hero comes through, locks him in. Mana getting hit up by the Jump of the Waters, but there's no way for SKT to try to pile in and finish him off. Dust comes through. Big shock flash lands it onto Banks. He goes slow. Flash won't find it with it to the sky. Now he's taking up the turret. Faker flashing away, finds a fadeaway kill. Can he make it out with his life? Dashes back in. Low on mana. The volley from the Ash. Clipping Faker. He goes back in. Wants the kill. Won't find it. The heal from Death keeps him alive. And that is just going to be multiple kills on both sides. 3-3 on the board as KT find 2.
Faker could have chosen to go more defensive. Remember, no way for Shen to get to this fight. Still about 10 to 15 seconds on the ultimate to stand united. Still very slow pushing from Shen. They're trying to take the third outer turret at 13 minutes into the game. And SKT, they're still waiting for stand united.
Wolf coming back in now, does have that wild growth. That's going to be enough for KT to go ahead and peel back Huni. Rock seeing the way.
United's back up. Wait for that.
Have it available. TP is a ways away, but for now, I'm going to be happy with this one. KT trying to get a counter push moving here in this bottom side of the map. Get some more damage down onto that turret.
Jace walking very safely, but here we go. We'll get the confirmation. There's no one there to potentially take him down. Answering turret for SKT, but just a single one. And no bonus objectives, no steal of the red buff, no extra control over the Drake. Item timing is good for Bang, who has a good CS advantage over the Ash, but we're seeing KT be where they need to be, but no more. This is the minimum with this drop that KT should be happy with. Getting more farm onto Defton. Look at Pawn, had to go super defensive itemization. Merctread Zonias is not going to be one-shotting anyone from full health. Doesn't have multiple spell rotations either, so mana regen is a concern. And maybe SKT will just adjust the draft and look at Snipe Blue because mana stays low.
But you can see those still taking quite a bit of damage in those exchanges.
Red buff really is just a bit awkward. Peanut Hooks is not on screen right now.
I wasn't sure if he had to go up. They'll rescue Huni. The reset does come through. QSS picked up here for Bang, keeping himself safe.
Even more interesting.
Goodbye.
We see the Protobelt first from the Fizz. New itemization there. Scores on the Rift Herald, spotted out.
Yeah, the ward is over the wall. Down to half HP. Do they really want to put over this Rift Herald?
Ash cannot get here, remember.
Faker coming in, dashes forward. Chug of Waters comes down. They get caught as well with the chain of corruption, but the Zonias will negate it all. Won't be able to make it out to the side. Just knows this, throws out that unleashed power, trying to trade something back with just the Zonia's hourglass. Barely knocking that down to half HP.
And Pawn's known for his aggression, but the timing was poor. Ash was in the bot lane, never got
walking in, dashes away, takes the shot glass, Stand United. The Netherground blocks the man, and he goes down. No Shen to arrive in time, getting rid of that Southern Bell. Meanwhile, Dev pushing in the bottom lane, picking up more CS, takes out that tier 1 tower. Now all of the outers gone for SKT.
And KT with their snowball draft has continued to trade up, but it's been the minimum. It's been something, but it's been good to see.
Hero is available, but
Nothing to combo with either. No nether grasp there either. KT continuing on the clip, continuing the game plan that is the most successful for them. But every 5 minutes that passes with the gold lead, staying under 5,000 gold, we get later and later the Pawn's ultimate irrelevance in this game.
Well, that was the most meaningless trade. Let's go over the wall. Gets rid of the blast cone, I suppose, so no sneaky ganks coming in from the score.
Wait, empowered auto attacks, and the blast gun interact has been shown by none other than Peanut and his Rengar.
Oh, good. He's hopping around like crazy. But for now, it seems like things are going to calm down. SK Telecom puts up very carefully, not having any of those outer turrets standing any longer. Only been able to get themselves the one turret in the bottom lane. Mid, chip down a little bit here. Top lane, gonna be their best bet to put another on the board as Huni roxing those waves, working away at it as Smeb was TPing around the map. Just have it rather low. That'll help bring back in the gold, rein it in here for SKT.
When I was doing my research, I saw Prophet was prepping the Jace in solo queue. Not a champion who's played it competitive yet. When it was selected in the last round by KT, you mentioned it could be flexed to mid. Pawn has not looked great on the Jace. It's been a Smeb legacy pick for a long time, but even win tricky matchups like the Jace into Poppy with the Jace pick. So it's a pick he's very comfortable on. It's not really a true flex pick for KT Rolster.
KT, you know what? We have all the outer turrets. There's no way for us to pressure those inner ones yet. Let's go ahead and go back to that Rift Herald and take it away. Hand it over to the score for the buff. That's the second dragon to be Cloud. An Ocean to start things off for us thus far.
And the SKT fans throwing their hands up in the air, asking where the Infernals and Mountains are at. On one hand, I understand. Remember also, they have 2 Drake stacks at 17 minutes, and they have triple TP, 2 teleports, and the Stand United. So setting up a scenario where they can actually take the Elder Drake in the late game is a very realistic one for them. So getting stacks is important, as he doesn't know.
Oh, you're gonna get locked down, straight into the Ash Arrow. Yet again, the chase CC from KT, looking fantastic, but he still has not gone down. The Wild Growth keeping him alive and Pawn goes into that Sonic's Hourglass, but Baker is right on top of him, takes it out, going into the back line, trying to finish off Mana. He's able to get it, now looking for Smeb. He flashes over the wall, towards the Croak, but Baker, hot on his heels, goes over with a playful trick to try to finish off the Jace. Will get traded back to KT, starts to kite with depth, won't be able to do so, gets locked up, gets taken down. That's 3 kills over to SKT, only losing the Fizz.
And KT thought they had an opening when one did not exist. They attacked the member with Stand United, so they thought it would actually be the 4v4 they were looking for, but Jace's teleport was quite late. They do not have a true team fighting comp, and the moment that Huni didn't die first, the pick comp hopes are kind of gone, and Baker jumps in, assassinates Marta in many ways, and during the teleport, the health bars start to come down, and we have the sort of comp that sure can get picks if they rotate, but isn't really set up for extended fights, and this was the extended fight KT was trying to avoid.
Yeah. A little bit more AP there from Baker, might have won this exchange in on to Smeb, and added yet another kill to the board. Deft, unfortunately, in no man's land, gets taken out, and now it's 7-5. Gold still in the lead here for KT, but it's starting to dwindle.
Thus it becomes, can SKT do SKT things? Draw out a game to 35 minutes where they have a team fighting comp and win team fights? The answer to that question is yes, assuming 35 minutes. But still, KT surprised us. Look at game 1 against Samsung, where I especially was waiting for the other shooter drop from KT. They kept pushing, they kept getting bonus objectives, and they took the game before Samsung's comp could come online. That is still a possibility for KT at 20 minutes. That's what we're waiting to see what their ultimate objective is. The inner turret they've to some degree prepped earlier is the big objective.
Well, Ash now comes down, they find Wolf, they lock him in with the Cocoon as well, and he gets taken out by that shock blast from Smeb. Starting things off for KT. Gonna go ahead and completes the channel. Pawn getting locked in as the Sun used to deny. And Chum the Waters coming through, but the taunt is perfectly timed by Huni. They lock him in. Baker finds the kill, but he gets taken out, and Huni falls as well. 2 being traded back here for KT, only losing the Cinder thus far. And Smeb lands a shock blast yet again, gets rid of bang. 4 kills on the board, just Peanut left alive.
And that's what they were looking for the last time. They got the first pick, no wild growth, as Wolf dies first, and they stick the damage, holding on to the nether grass till Playful Trickster was gone. Let them take down Smeb, but Peanut's here, and he's pulled off some heroics around Baron before.
He's gonna be trying to do it here again. The Cocoon not connecting, Baron down to half HP, and Wolf sprinting his way over. Does have that wild growth available.
Is this the moment?
Trying to keep him alive. 2 HP last time here for score. They're actually just gonna go ahead and back off the Baron. Very Smartly played by KT. Do not want to throw away this lead that they've garnered for themselves. They play it smart, they play it safe, they peel back, and SKT will get nothing.
And on the one hand, completely agree. The smart move, no chance of a steal. Peanut has shown with his young man mechanics that he's always on the board with the smite steals. Score has had this before in a grand final against Peanut, but come back to the question of draft. Can KT afford to pull back when they get a 4-for-1 from trying to take down a Baron that might have actually allowed them to close with their early to mid-game focus comp? If they get another 4 kills, it can make me look silly. But there's also something about windows in League of Legends, and if you don't creep open through a mostly open window and wait for it to be fully open, that window may never come.
Well, KT not wanting to opt into that 50-50 smite situation. They will lose that tier 1 turret finally here as Victor goes in, pushes up in that top lane. Zonia's of his own now, so Viz going to be staying alive quite long throughout these extended skirmishes.
And now actually, I think KT need to get some more sweepers, some more Oracle's lenses, and start clearing out vision, because the vision is starting to mass for SKT, and this Wombo engage comp, which needs Malzahar to be there to really cement kills, needs to actually come largely unseen, and that's becoming more and more difficult. So only 2 Oracle lenses. I think they need a 3rd, and even then, the control wars need to be pushed up, because for now, pulling off this sort of comes is difficult.
Jump the waters, does find depth. Simata tossing out those Voidlings, and so much damage on the backside of that Shark, plus the piercing arrow. Depth goes low. Feel the need to pop the heal. Just gonna go ahead and recall out of here, but this could be mid lane turn perhaps conceded over to SK Telecom. They have the pushing power here from Bang. They're fairly grouped up. Stand United is available for Huni, but it seems like they're going to play this slowly and methodically. They have been going even or close to in these fights, even with the gold deficit, so SK Telecom is going to try to extend things.
We had Score versus Peanut in the summer final last year. There was a graphic from OGN to highlight the differences in Elise builds for the 2 players. Score was always tank Elise. We see that again here. And the reason why I pointed out is that those just about kills where they layer Ash Arrow into Malzahar, some magic resist comes in and the damage fall up will be there for KT Rolster. So those picks, if the Wild Growth comes through from Wolf, maybe he doesn't die and actually allow there to be 4 picks in the bot lane. So it gets more and more difficult to pull off. And that's why these smart map movements are the percentage play for KT.
Here we go, gonna go ahead and knock down by the look of it. His first inner turn to the bottom side of the map, nothing that Huni can really do. With the Tiamat not clearing things out fast enough, so they go ahead to get rid of this one, and KT is already wrapping around towards the mid lane, gonna get that push, stopping SKT from grouping up around the Baron.
They don't have any vision of this area. They're not face checking it just yet.
Bang walks forward, tosses out one, won't be able to find much. From Sword, not gonna find a flash forward here. In on the Faker, the Wild Growth comes down. He's barely alive, but he finally falls. Can't stay up. Huni comes in with that Stand United, dashes forward, gets a lockdown on the score, but nobody else is there. He's just isolating himself and has to flash over the wall, going deeper into KT's territory.
What's next for KT? Really nice pick, just the damage to take down Faker. But they have already shown they are not ready to go for Baron. When Peanut is alive, they'll start the push in mid lane. Good pick from KT, and good understanding to have no one face-checking the brush, and the only angle that a team full of members of SKT could have entered.
They keep their heads above the water, and they're going to stop that dragon stacking coming through from SKT as they pick up their own.
Ocean Dragon, that's fine, I got it. Yep, pat on the back there, Helios.
It was actually unintentional. We'll take another look at this fight.
No one face checks, and Bang kind of skips a beat by going forward, and Mada flash holds, and you never are sure if the damage will register. Look at the redemption coming through. Doesn't register half a second or less away, and then all SKT can do is run in different directions. They don't have any engage left. Bang is not going to be getting kills, and you can see the frustration from Faker. We are talking about less than half a second away from maybe that team fight turning around.
Yeah. No Zonia's used from him either.
Couldn't. He was pressed.
Yep.
Wasn't able to get it off.
Maybe half a second at the end of that. Maybe he was trying to just wait for the redemption heal to come in. But doesn't work out in his favor, and now it's just going to be a 3,000 gold lead sustained by KT.
This is the phase of the game which I wondered about. 25 minutes in, double teleport up for SKT. What does Fizz in the sideline look like? Because we wondered where Syndra would go when she had to deal with poor lane assignments. It's only so much a flash barrier Syndra can do against mid to late game Fizz. Score standing on a control ward, so knows he's spotted. But right now, KT don't have the same tools unless they make some more picks.
Wrapping around here, waiting in the sidelines, but no real way to get in on top of Deft. KT just maintaining control this upper side of the jungle. Start getting that wave moving and maybe look for that inner turret and top. SKT, 26 minutes now into the game. Still struggling to knock down that last outer turret in the mid lane. Eluded them thus far. Woods from both sides. Maybe a little bit of a standoff here, so just try to clear out the vision. Do so, and we'll go ahead and go their separate ways.
Almost turrets mean so much when you have these poke comps like KT put together. Pick, and again, mostly about the siege is where they're perhaps strongest with the long range engage and poke from the Jace. Bot lane in or down, but nothing else. So SKT trading farm with KT, like you see on the screen, is advantage SKT for now.
Being able to trade anything very much for KT.
So the question is, what should KT do? And the question is, force some of these teleports. They need to actually force there not to be a 3 teleport advantage. Smeb's caught.
Yep, flashes away, won't get locked down by that chain of corruption. In the last fraction of a second that he could have done so, gets himself out to safety.
Bang will check the items twice, see no Mercury treads, and wonder how that didn't
register.
register.
Ash Arrow comes through, Peanut dashes straight into it, gets locked down by the scout of the week. Not taken out yet, the Wild keeps him alive, fingers to the backside, gets rid of Mana, the kick comes through, knocks up Depth, and he has to heal himself to get him out to safety. Baker coming up with the double, finishes off Pawn as he comes out of the Zonias. Now they're chasing it. They're looking for the Ash, looking for that Alpaca. If they can find him, Baker goes through. Get that Blade of the Rune King here. Coming in to try to delay him, but there's just nothing that Depth can really do, and he's still getting chased on. The Polymorph comes out, the Sonic Wave misses, but it doesn't matter. He still gets taken out the Blade. Triple kill coming through for the Fizz. SKT perfectly set up for the Baron.
Big mistake from Depth there. He turned around when he was free out, flashed the damage from the Q, which is now possible after the Fizz changes about a year ago, and went down. Now it's SKT on the Baron. The score is alive, but they're gonna turn.
Smeb nearby as well. Baron down below half HP, trying to poke out where he can, gets a nice little hit in onto Bang. Neptune comes through, they won't be able to find him, some of the waters back up, gets rid of Smeb, mid to the skies. Takes him out now, Score. Can he be the hero? Dodges out on the taunt, comes down from the repel into the pit, does finish off Peanut, making this a bit of a 50-50. Tosses out the smite, won't find it, just not low enough. This could just get finished off by SKT. Looks like that is going to be the case. Baron over to SK Telecom, 28 minutes in. They have a gold lead and they're starting to swing this game around.
Yeah, it's good that you mentioned swing. We talked about pendulums and having enough damage to register a pick. That time came where KT couldn't, and there's nowhere for Syndra to go. It doesn't matter if she has Zonias and both summoners, she will be cleaned up. Jace had to cancel teleport because of the quick fix. We finally are going to see the replay of about 2 minutes ago. They really wanted Wolf. They ended up getting Peanut, and through the channel, they did not have the damage. And you can see Faker in the backline, wrecking face. Jace has to cancel teleport because he knows he'll just be turned onto. And then Pawn's not going to be able to buy enough time. And when you have the ability to weave in and out of taking Baron with turn and damage like SKT has, the Baron's a lot more straightforward, even though Score was able to take out Pete.
Now the turrets can start falling away. SKT can pick up that standing goal and extend this lead even further.
First lead of the game for SKT. Remember, KT predictably with their draft. Played it well in the early game, but we saw this so many times in the Telecom Wars in the regular season. There was a lot of element of risk early for SKT with their low wave clear. Guess what? Wave clear doesn't matter when you have Baron.
No, it does not. That's going to be the inner turret going down to the mid lane. SKT, full control of the game, shifted over to them in a matter of minutes. KT continuously trying to get those fights to force them out, costs them in the end. And it might just cost them game one in this Telecom War, 8th that we've ever seen in a final.
Between esports, remember, we've seen 2 in League of Legends, both of them going the way of SKT. The first, the famous Ryu versus Faker, Zed versus Zed final game, Rip Blind pick, thanks Riot Games. And the 3-0 just 2 years ago in the 2015 summer final, the last with Marin in the top lane for SK Telecom in their almost peerless summer season. Other games have been more kind to KT Rolster, but League of Legends and Score in particular, it's been a big struggle. The only KT win in a final was KT Rolster Arrows, and you can check that lineup twice. There was no Score on the lineup that day.
Now Score, the pressure on, try to turn around this game number 1, 13-11. It has been a bit of a bloodbath, as Cooney said we could expect. SK Telecom grouping up in the bottom lane. Cooney waiting in top, has the TP, has to stand united. He'll be able to go ahead and solo split push down that tier 2 turret. One more inner standing now in the bottom lane. Peanut is going to go ahead and pick up the third Ocean Drake of the game.
The formation from SKT when they were going for that turret and bot lane was really sound. You look at the members and you're like, okay, how do we recreate Ash Arrow into Malzahar Ultimate? Who's the target? Hasn't been banging, got a very early QSS. Getting Faker is going to be difficult. So Wolf has been the person they've wanted, but Wolf was behind his carries, even though Lulu, especially in lane phase, is known for pushing up. There was no free target for KT, and the global pressure is too much with the Baron buff. The gold lead now 3,000. KT didn't really exceed a 3,000 gold lead, even in their acceleration phase. And now it's going to take the pick to end all picks to swing the pendulum back for KT Rolster.
I mean, this is where you're really wondering if you're KT, like, should have stuck to that Baron earlier on in the game. Maybe we should have just committed to it, gone for the 50-50.
The hindsight factor is so real. You cannot criticize beyond a point. I can only mention, drafted for early game, got 4 kills. If you're pulling off Baron, it seems like it's a muddied call. It seems like something that needs to happen, whether that means actually setting up behind the Baron to stop the steal from coming through, or going for the completion and trusting in score. Going for neither and going back and then eventually losing the game. You can only really be frustrated about your own play. It wasn't an SKT factor, it was a KT mental game. And maybe they psyched themselves out.
Like I said, still playing it safe. They did the measured approach to that.
But why not play it safe by taking a tank in the top lane?
Sometimes maybe you just have to roll the dice a little bit.
You could take a tank in the top lane and not play a pressure draft and not look for specific timings, but that isn't the KT Rolster way. And until today, I will tell you that pulling off that Baron was not the KT Rolster way either. They've made the adaptation. Over the course of 5 games, it may be vindicated. Hell, over the course of this game, it may be vindicated, but it's allowed SKT back in.
Shovel Water's not going to connect. SKT continues to just rotate down towards that bottom side of the map.
This is the part where Smeb can't do damage.
They lock him in. Smeb going low, the Wild Growth Tom's up. Redemption comes through, just keeps Smeb alive, at least for the moment. Gonna go ahead and have to kite back. The flash is down from the Jace, and SKT can just start moving up this wave. The Baron buff, long since expired, will not have those empowered minions. Still start sieging up around this last inner turret.
Smeb has an itemized to try and take down. Shen doesn't have the last whisper. As we're watching Tony being unkillable with only a single armor item. Admittedly a lot of health, but only a single big armor item in the Ninja Tabi. Goal wasn't spotted, but
standing on a control ward, so no real way to note Luis is there. He's going to recall on top of the control ward. There we go. Get it out.
That's why you see the lane assignment change. Pawn enters lane against Huni because there's no point for Jace to be in a lane against a full tank Shen without a last whisper, and even then, the value is questionable. It's falls short about a single teamer, Kilios.
It's pretty close. Faker's been really on point with these Shun the Waters. Last 2 coming up short, not having those connections. SKT, they still have the pressure. They still are sitting in the driver's seat here for game number 1.
Do they have the map pressure? First answer is no. Feels like SKT run the map in terms of options, have that double teleport we've spoken about a lot. We see 2 members of SKT in top lane. Peanut will regroup because he doesn't have a global like Faker, but they have a Lich Bane Fizz. They already took the inner turret with Shen and the Baron buff. Fizz certainly doesn't need a Baron buff to take this the inhibitor turret.
It's not very deep TP coming through here inside the Wolf Pit. Spotted actually gets canceled right at the last second. Faker, knowing that he would be all on his lonesome, even with a Zhonya's, likely not to make it out of that one alive. So cancel that one out. The refund coming through has the top lane moving, but still another tool that SKT will not have.
A big one, honestly. Not allowing them to have double split pushing for free is a big factor. Smeb, you know, he's mad about Moody and he's doing some damage.
He's shipping him down very steadily. The redemption coming through should put a stop on it. Nice little trade there for Smeb. You can see that E, that percentage HP damage really doing work for the Jays.
Yeah, with absolute free time, maybe I have to eat my words a little bit. No last whisper, but chunked him down. But you could tell Huni could at any point have gotten out. Yeah. He was just not wanting to use flash. He was just trying to occupy time as long as possible as well. We picked up Faker's Fishes in the last 3. He's gone missing. No waggle of the finger just yet. It's a difficult ability to hit, especially when you're in vision.
Watch Peanut now, very far forward, gets the kick away here on the score. Get locked down by that Nethergrass.
Double Guardian Angel, Lulu, a QSS, and basically kill Fizz or fail as Smeb base checks Faker.
We're talking about the Fizz. Smeb taking so much damage. Redemption comes down, pops him back up. Landing in onto Huni, but Smeb trying to kite his way out of this one. Wellgrowth comes in, pops him up, he goes down as Peanut finds the kill. Adept on the other side of the fight, inside the movement, gets taken down by Bang. double kill. Goes over to him and scores. Just tries to follow up with one, but KT Rolster are dropping like flies. Pawn, the only one alive, all on its lonesome in the mid lane, and SKT, they're gonna shatter the base.
Smeb face-checked Faker, and then all the good options were gone. We actually saw Def flash for a kill because he knew there was no exit route. The game
They
will
can go for the
probably
finish.
end in this particular spot. SKT, they had the options, they waited for their time, and their time is now.
Yeah, Hooney keeping him locked in. The first Nexus turret goes down. SKT, they're gonna go ahead and complete it right here. Game number 1. Rocky at the start, but they fire back. Their superior team fighting coming out on top yet again. And SKT start off this best of 5, the spring final 1-0.
And this is an easy one to tell your friends about if they missed game 1. First of all, tell them to watch the VOD. But second of all, KT drafted for the early game, the pushing lanes, and in general did exactly what they needed to. But we got to 35 minutes. We saw a single mistake, and you don't get to make mistakes when you have a comp like KT's. Smeb face-checked Faker. No amount of friendlies from KT could change him going down, and then Deft was stuck in the middle. Then the rest of the members were inevitably gonna fall, and that sort of mistake, again, 35 minutes against SKT's comp, can only lead to one result. First game goes to SK Telecom, and I checked my script here and remember that we had 2 best of 3s that went the same way. Game 1 SKT, Game 2 KT, Game 3 SKT. We got 5 games today, but so far, the script is on.
Looking really good here for SKT. They can tighten up that early game. Shut down KT Rolster early, then that might just be the series going over to them with relative ease. For now, starting things off, they drag that one back from the dead. They keep their heads above the water. They close it out in the end. So SK Telecom got to be feeling pretty good about the start of this series.
And about their picks and bans, forcing Smeb onto Jace if he wanted lane pressure, which is so often the KT way, and having the Shed as an eventual answer. Late game double teleport, Stand United, and the comp was going to stick the landing. A risky draft from SKT, but SKT with their consummate class pull it off.
Well, KT suffering their first loss on blue side in 6 games. We'll see what's going to happen when we come back in, see where they're going to end up. Maybe SKT swap themselves over to blue. But we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we will have game number 2. We'll continue the telecom war and see if SKT can take this to match point. We will have this be another telecom war like we saw in the spring split. If they'll go 1-1, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Coming up next.
gentlemen.
We are aborting you
Yeah.
from your OGN scheduled programming. We will not be having weekly LCK on the English stream, so you get a bit of League of Talk with us.
It threw me for a loop right there, having that lower.
But we do get to see some of the great cosplayers in the audience here at Incheon Samsung World Gymnasium. Hard to say. You want to say Samsung the moment you say the Sa sound, but we nailed it.
Yeah, Samsung wishes they were here in some capacity, but unfortunately not. It's just going to be Samsung. So here we are, game one, already finished. KT. They started things off so well, and then it all crumbles off the one Baron call. I mean, I call it, measured play. To a degree it is, but there are those times where maybe you should take the risk. Maybe you need to roll the dice. So walk us through why they needed to make that choice right there.
So let's pull it back even further.
Okay.
KT's play style. We remember it from basically every game. It's been the talk of the town. People always said, why did KT never draft a tank? And honestly, most of the time, some Shen, some Nautilus, but mostly it's been the Rumble top. Mostly it's been the pressure lanes. And SKT predictably did their research. The point I kind of came to when I was doing prep for this tournament was Samsung clearly were outfoxed by KT. Think about what happened in the semifinal. KT came in, they understood, get an advantage in the bot lane, banning away 2 bot laners, taking Caitlyn, no good matchup there. They got the advantage and they focused on taking first brick in the bot lane. Big success, snowballed the game from there. And you think, okay, SKT are watching this game. SKT are known for adaptation. They're watching that game. They know what to expect from KT. So does KT try the same thing? Is it basically the rock, paper, scissors where you go rock twice after winning the first time with rock, or do you mix it up? And KT is known for aggression. They are known for pulling something different, like they did against Samsung. And so I think SKT were very ready. And the reason why you know they're ready for the pressure draft is, I wrote down the bans here. 3 of the 5 bans are Kennen, Rumble, Renekton. All of them lane boys, all of them will push in. People will be like, okay, but Renekton into Shen, not a great matchup. Sure, but it pushes early. And that is what KT were focused on, pushing. And with Renekton, it'll be initiation. With the Jace, it's for the harass, obviously, with the long range. And they kind of picked themselves into a corner. Fizz with teleport chosen as a potential engage tool. And also the Shen outscaling basically all the damage, but specifically the Jace, meant that the window for KT was much smaller, and predictably they didn't dumpster bot lane and take a 5 to 8 minute turret, so they don't have really the kind of momentum they did against Samsung. There was no 100 CS advantages for either AD carry or top laner, so we revisit the point, coming back to where you started. The Baron call. Around 20 minutes, they get 4 for 1, which with their comp, it felt like there was going to be a time where the damage would fall off, especially with Pawn having to build so defensively. They get 4 for 1, start the Baron. They put all 4 members to 4 members to DPS it down, and crucially, they pull off it. Now, they could have sent some people around the back to try and interrupt Lee Sin, but the argument is, do they have enough damage and trade tanking to be able to take it down with 3 members? With 4 members, they could, but with 3 members, that part was a little bit hard to decipher. So they end up ultimately pulling away at 2,000 HP. And it's always going to be the call that's going to be focused on is, yep, GBM is still here, can confirm. Is it the right call? Is it the wrong call? Results-orientated answer is wrong call. And also my initial impression at the time, as you can roll back the tape, is that it's the wrong call because how can you ever hope for a better scenario than a 4 for 1 before the tank items are complete with the turrets in a great spot? Will it get better than that at 25, 30 minutes? Because we already said the game gets better at 25, 30 minutes for KT Rolster. And I think ultimately it proved that they had to go for it. They had to go for what would have been a 50-50, and they did.
Well, they suffered for it, so will KT change up their style, or they just kind of keep mashing their heads into the wall and hope that they break through?
I have some inside information. I saw Smeb in the back, and Smeb and I always have lovely chats. Remember when he started missing Shen taunts, and I said, okay, it's Maokai time, my friend. Well, I was talking to him about today, and I said, well, is there a pocket pick? And he's like, yes. And I'm like, is it for game 1? He's like, no, it's a game 5 pocket pick. So, you know KT has strategy. They came in so prepared against Samsung. They had the Master Stroke. They unlocked Samsung in a way that SKT couldn't, and in a way that surprised us all. In game 1, they went standard, they went pushing lane, Telecom War 1, Telecom War 2, stuff that SKT had seen before, and SKT outmatched them like they did so often in the past.
Well, if you have a pocket pick, I don't know if you can really afford to save it to game 5. Might need to use it in order to get yourself
But then it's the
there.
fun question of, do you use it in game 2 when you're 1 down, or do you keep it for game 3 where you're already on match point? That part also is hard to decipher.
Yeah, it's a ballsy move either way. You need to know when to pull it out. I think that they might need to do it in game number 2 here.
I think everyone knows, and like, there's been a lot of musings in the scene about where KT's at shot calling wise, because obviously we saw the OGN video when things were looking good, and then we saw the mid games go atrociously. They were atrocious for KT for a good, 5-6 matches in a row, and people wonder why. And you have to think, given the amount of information we have, it's a confidence thing. It's about when they win, they look good, and when they're behind, they start to struggle. And that's why you go for a pressure draft, because you're winning from the start of a game, and you have that kind of ease to shot call. It's so much easier to shot call from ahead than shot call from behind. And it feels like KT doesn't necessarily have the structure right now to shot call from behind. So they go pressure, but they're now 1-0 down. The pressure mounts on them. Do you really... Can you see a reverse sweep from KT? Last year's KT was so different. They were a close-knit team of people that have been around for a while, especially by the summer season. There wasn't the same potential for egos. We have pedigree on both sides, but KT, compared to last year, where they had a lot of great role players and a couple of stars, have 5 stars now. And it can't be surprising that when they start losing, everyone who are proven winners, score accepted, of course, wants to put in their say. You know, they want to put in their say, and that seems to have counted against KT more than it's counted for them.
So what you're saying is you think that maybe like when they start losing, when they start kind of falling out, they maybe get a little bit flustered, and then everybody starts talking at once, and there's just too many cooks in the kitchen.
Or maybe even worse, maybe people stop talking.
That's true.
And that's another possibility. You know, we've seen some of these players have been emotional. Look at Deft, for example, who's known for his tears on the world stage when they've lost. They have emotional players. All of them react differently. And if they won game 1, you could feel the KT fans, you know, they would certainly be feeling confident losing game 1. I think this is the pivotal game for them. I think KT lose a second game in a row. A betting man would say 3-0.
All right, well, backs up against the walls here for KT, and it's really weird to have to say that after only just game number 1. So.
A game where they were in the lead for a long time.
Yeah. So we'll see what they do. We'll see if that pocket pick surfaces here for Smeb.
Well, he's already shown talent top, so how crazy can you get, Smeb? Come on, I'm challenging you. What you got?
I don't really want to call that one a pocket pick so much. More of a tragedy on the Rift. But it seems like our weekly LCK little event there has wrapped up, so we should be getting our first MVP of this series up on the board shortly. We're going to go to a break by the look of it, so here from SKT.
제가 오늘은 좀 특별한 방법을 해보려고 하는데요. 그래서 우리 듬직한 시동생들과 우리 김정윤 코치님을 제대로 소개해보도록 하겠습니다. 우리 코치님을 코치님! 자, 여기가 이제 코치님 집인데 상당히 깨끗한데요? 너무 깨끗한데? 아주 깨끗하죠, 이 정도면? 코치님 지금 자고 계시네요.
우리 코치님은요, 결혼을 진짜 하고 싶어 하시거든요.
아, 진짜 장가가고 싶습니다. 이거 보고 진짜 정말 장가가고 싶어요.
근데 아직까지 혼자세요. 진짜 잘생기셨네.
코치님 일어나고 계시죠? 와, 이거 뭐 잠옷 간 거 아니에요?
아, 저 소파요? 저 이제 제가 코치님 완전 최고급 가족에 그냥 특대형 소파로 제가 코치님 선물해드렸는데 아마 결혼하셔도 충분히 한 50년은 쓰실 겁니다.
별로 안 좋아요.
저희 코치님은 진짜 요리도 잘하시고 못하는 게 단 하나도 없습니다.
냉장고 왜 사셨지? 대박, 코치인데? 아, 또 코치님이 혼자 사신 지 오래되셔서 집안일 또 장인이시거든요? 아, 저 많은 레고를 어떻게 다 만드셨지? 인내심도 완벽하죠? 네, 팀원들을 가족처럼 아끼는 자상함까지. 와, 완벽하지 않습니까? 네. 대박인데?
와,
왜 소지섭이야 김정균이야?
코치님이 연습실로 오고 계시는 것 같은데 5분도 안 걸리거든요. 조용히 방송해야겠어요. 원래 하는 거라.
상일 게임해?
아, 네네.
잘하고 있네.
네. 코치님은 세계 최고, 그러니까 세체미를 좋아하세요. 잡았죠? 세계 최고 미녀분 꼭 연락 바랍니다.
우리 코치님 언제 웨딩 멀치 하시려나? 와이프 자리가 블랭크인데 말이지.
블랭크?
기가 막힌 여자분 한 번 있는데 소개시켜드릴까?
설마 그 여자 말하는 거야?
단발머리에.
청소할까 하자고 단 하나?
애교가 진짜 기가 막혀.
완전 신나. 왜 이렇게 피곤하냐?
아, 우리 코치님 진짜 사람 진짜 좋은데 우리 코치님이랑 결혼해 주실 분 진짜 어디 없나요?
준식이 어딨니?
예! 저 방송 끌게요.
또 허리케인이 발동된 거 맞죠? 네. 경기가 이제 진짜 경기가 시작됐어요.
안에서 이게 먹었잖아.
얘들아, 나 진짜 장가 가고 싶어.
지금부터는 김정균 코치한테.
얘들아, 나 진짜 장가 가고 싶어. 결혼하고 싶다.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. So get ready to go into game two. Go ahead and take a look at that Damage to Champions Stream #1. And good God, Faker did so much of it.
And we had a whole season of Varus winning, of Ezra winning, of Jace who comes second here winning. Non-committal poke damage. There's nothing but commitment from a Fizz. The zoning fishes certainly were not harassment fishes. This is all from Fizz all ends, and you have to think the Faker will also see the MVP. He does. He gives you that stare, the stare that could shudder you from 1,000 miles away, and Faker was the key contributor. He took the risky choice. They opted in to no wave clear because they knew that the tipping point was triple teleport with the Stand United, and Faker, because of the nature, gained 300 points in the final for an MVP. It's now joint first.
Yep, goes ahead, surges his way to the top to tie in with depth. Several other members of KT waiting behind him. They need to pick up wins in order to come out on top, but here you can see just masterful Fizz play from him. It's been so long since we've seen it, and he still plays it to a T.
And I love clips like this because, I mean, if you think about it, Syndra and Fizz effectively do the same thing. They delete one person. That's what they're set up to do, and consistently Syndra, who had to build super defensive, Merc treads Zonius, and the Zonius certainly was only buying time and wasn't turning around fights, could not find picks, especially on full HP members, and eventually with Lulu and stuff, it was always going to be a struggle, but even in the early game, didn't have the item timings to do so, and Faker did not have any troubles at all.
It just seemed like every time KT tried to initiate the fight onto SK Telecom inside their own jungle, he got turned on its head completely, and a lot of it due to the work done by Faker. Pawn, yet again, stranded because of that Zhonya's. Just not doing enough damage to get a pick early on in the fight to try to turn the tide for KT Rolster. They suffer for it, and Faker, he goes ahead, just continuously snatches up those kills. 88% kill contribution on that Fizz.
And this will make us wonder, Kilios, because remember, it's dynamic side selection here in the LCK playoffs. Game 1, SKT chose red side. They have the highest seed, so they choose side on game 1, 3, and 5. If you remember in the semifinals, KT was choosing blue side. So SKT wanted the trump card. They wanted the counter pick. They got it with the Fizz and used it to great degree. And we're waiting to see if it will be KT choosing blue side, traditionally their strongest side, because if they do, you have to imagine it's going to be another counter pick for Faker, and he's 1 for 1 on those counter picks.
Yep, starting things off very nicely as we go ahead and unveil the booths yet again.
It's just so cool.
It really is.
We were told it was a contents box, and the contents are 10 of the best League of Legends players in the world. KT finally riding momentum, SKT in a spot where they've done it before, whether it's this exact venue or this particular match. 5 championships already, looking to make it a Baker's dozen.
All right, well, here we go, getting into the pick and ban. You can see it's going to be KT electing over onto the blue side yet again, and Fizz is going to be the first ban right out the gate.
And we could see 5 games of SKT on red side, given KT's penchant for choosing blue. They were given blue, then chose blue, and then Samsung had to try and mix it up in game 3.
But first, they have to win on it if they want to take us to 5 games. For now, KT want to focus in on 4. Let's see, though, Cannon coming out, SK Telecom starting things off just about the same. I expect that Rumble likely to follow up.
And they, even though they see a Shen ban, KT clearly have already abandoned their ban strategy, but SKT knows that push advantage in top lane, getting a carry matchup in top lane is one of the cornerstones of KT winning a game. Ideally, Score wants to spend his time around bot lane and just have KT, with Smeb having a favorable matchup in the top lane and not need too much attention, barring maybe a snowball gank. And so far, 2 of the same bans, and it may just be the same 3 for SKT.
You can see a couple things available here for SK Telecom. Right now, the Karma on the board, as well as that Ezreal that we saw banned away from Bang. So could see those come out perhaps in this first half of the draft. Expect that with the Ashe still available,
and if you're not afraid,
ban, we could see that snatch up for depth yet again.
If you're not afraid of Scores, at least do you have to ban Graves is kind of the interesting question that SKT are going to answer at the last. They actually don't lock in a ban as far as we can see on our overlay. Yeah, we have the in-game overlay as well, so there is, of course, the chance that they missed a ban, or maybe they're just being alpha about it, but only 2 bans come through, which means that Graves is available in this game.
Now we'll see if we have some remakes coming through here, but for now, it looks like they did just go ahead and forego this, so leaving something available. They want to snatch up. The Graves will come through, however, for Score.
This has already been a series of turning points. KT pulling off a Baron was the turning point of game 1. This is such a crazy thing to say, but you have to think that Graves would have been considered for the ban. And speaking of considerations, Camille will be taken early. Now, Camille can be flexed to bot lane. So if you see it early, we expect KT to go Renekton and try to tussle with the Camille. But Afrika already showed, and of course, globally, we've seen the flex pick happen many times. With the Lulu, though, is it still a flex pick? We have seen 1 game of Lulu mid come through in the EU LCS, Power of Evil playing it, but
and if
that's
anybody's
pretty tricky.
If anybody's really going to play that Lulu mid, Faker would be the guy to do it.
You need to take the Renekton now if you want it. It will be banned by SKT if you do not see it selected in this round of picks. Yeah, certainly no surprise. But if Smeb wants to get one of the traditional counter picks to Camille, now is the time. It could be softer picks. We're still on 7.6, so no further Camille nerfs have come in and have been there on 7.7 and further. So Camille may not be full power, but still needs to be respected and then some.
Still pretty formidable here, an opponent. But looks like they might actually forgo the Renekton pick as they hover over this LeBlanc.
Well,
it was banned away the second half of the draft by KT.
Riddle me this. Why would you take your mid lane blind in this spot? Very simple answer is, of course, to try and get a pressure lane, and LeBlanc is one of the best of those. But the further question is, we spent our couple of minutes of break talking about a pocket pick, and if you're going to see Renekton, Poppy, those sort of champions banned, maybe that pocket pick's coming this time because Smeb is not elected to take Renekton. One is the clean lane counter and one of his best champions as well.
Well, Lee Sin locked in here for Peanut, now 10-0 on that champion for the split. Gonna try and go ahead and make that number 11 if we can come up with a win. What is in store here for the bans the second half as SKT takes the helm?
The second half is definitely going to take a different turn because we talked about SKT always getting the counter pick on red. Now you've already seen the LeBlanc, and now you have no idea where Smeb is going with the top lane. Renekton, the most obvious champion, as we said, would certainly be banned in this spot. But they're basically saying, we're taking LeBlanc, you deal with it, and they're not giving a last pick, counter pick to specifically the top lane available. So they have extra information. We could see a different cadence to the pick ban here. Jace will be banned away on the side of SKT, not wanting Smeb to jump back on that.
And then the Varus here by KT. Do they want to follow this up with an Ezreal ban, however? I would expect that they'd want to take this off the board.
Caitlyn's still available, other potential champs still available. You see a Lulu and you wonder about Kog'Maw's and Twitch's as well. Even the Jinx, but maybe that's more of a KT thing. I think they might even consider last picking bot lane. And yes, it will be mid lane Lulu, like we suggested, if we see the Karma. Although I guess it could be mid lane Karma. We're getting flexes upon flexes here, Achilles.
All right, well, the more likely seems like it's going to be Faker with that Lulu, but who really knows where this is going?
Who wore it better, Achilles? Was it Doinby on Karma or was it Power of Evil on the Lulu? Now, Faker is one of the most famous mid lane Lulus ever. Spent the better part of 2015 and 2016 playing the Lulu. But we're still no closer to knowing which of these supports is going mid. And you look at this pick and you basically plug in Kog'Maw or Twitch on the side of SKT.
All right, well, a lot of surprises on both sides here. Malzahar locked in from Mata yet again, had some good engages, some good flash engages with that Nethergrass.
Who's going against the Camille is the question to be answered here. Is it going to be something standard like the Poppy still available? Is it going to be a lane counter?
All right.
We're going full carry mode with the Fiora once again. No real semblance of team fighting, no front line for the side of KT Rolster.
And there it is.
It had to be Twitch or Kog'Maw. That's exactly what they set up for with double support. And Bang has risen from being a defensive laner for Faker when SKT finally recombined in Spring to a true carry. No one would deny that Bang is a top 2, top 3 AD carry, top 1 in many people's books. And Twitch was definitely his side of the coin when it came to Twitch and Kog'Maw. He's no Jinx. He's going on the plague rat. We've seen this in finals before. A year ago, we saw Prey and Bang taking the Twitch to the Rift, and Twitch is back.
Yes, it is, and it seems like Karma might just be the pick here for the mid lane.
Waiting for 20 seconds.
And there we go, out of time to swap. So yes, it will be Wolf on the Lulu yet again.
And Doinby wore it better, we found out, as it's been a big pick over in China in particular, the mid lane Karma. Items like Athene's Unholy Grail build very comfortably there, but we know what this comp does. You dump gold into utility items and you have Twitch take over the game, and there's certainly people on the side of KT that can squish a rat. You look at LeBlanc, you look at the Malzahar, there's a lot of engage, but you have to think Mikhail's, QSS, a lot of things will come through, and then we're gonna see Bang hard carrying game 2. So I'm super surprised to see this adaptation from SKT, but it's a welcome return to a comp that carried them to so much success years ago.
All right, well, Huni going for this Camille yet again, but into Smeb's Fiora. A formidable opponent on any champion, but this Fiora for him is stuff of legends.
Mid lane also an interesting one when we get to it with the LeBlanc and potential for warping a game. In the jungle, we do see Score piling the Graves that may have indeed been the final ban. It would have probably been Camille or Graves as the final ban for SKT. They elected or missed their option to ban. There was no ban there. The result is quite a lot of power on the side of both teams. But SKT are looking to sustain through the LeBlanc with the shields and open up this man on the right of your screen. Bang, one of the best in the world, to pop up on the Twitch.
We've seen him hovering from time to time, showing his appreciation for his newfound Twitch audience.
There's no HP on the side of KT. There's going to be no Warden's Mail. There's going to be no armor, no tanks. We can see Twitch pop off.
Well, getting some wards down on the ground could be difficult for them. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 2. See if SKT can take this to match point.
감사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Fans out in full force on both sides of the rift. Sold out for so long in this grand final before the teams were even confirmed.
Yeah, sold out in the opening days of the tickets being available. Like you say, Achilles, Samsung fans, maybe they resold or maybe they're here appreciating some great League of Legends, because this is what the world was looking for the moment the lineups were locked in. They wanted 7 games, 7 series between SKT and KT through the course of 2017, and they still are on course for them. 3 in the spring season, 3 in the summer season, and Worlds are the spots where we could see these Goliaths of League of Legends meet. And we've got the first 3 confirmed.
Yep. Just gonna start things off. We'll see how KT are gonna play this early game. Get rid of that shield there on the bottom. Mitigates a bit of damage with his E. Bang trying to find himself into the lane, but we'll be on the bottom side of these exchanges, at least to start things off. The exhaust already coming out onto Def. He's getting traded pretty heavily on by Wolf, but he can go ahead and turn right back in onto the Poppy.
And this actually is reminiscent of Ruler and Core JJ being forced out of lane multiple times in the Samsung series. Deft had Doran's blade, so he had much less margin for error on the trades. I think the SKT was surprised that he stuck the landing and continued to harass Bang the long way, because he doesn't have the backup of 3 potions to get through lane. When they have a big health advantage, still is a potion here, Bang.
Yeah, still a lot of work to be done by Wolf. Has to be on point with the shields. Just mitigate the damage coming through and onto that Twitch. Meanwhile, there's going to be another exhaust coming in. He pops the heal, keeps himself alive. Minimizes the losses, so will be a summoner spell advantage still here for KT Rolster.
You'll notice that Peanut started from the red side jungle. The significance here, other than Raptors, maybe you'll have to hold on to that for a lot of trading.
Heal coming out from Def now as they keep going back and forth. Bang going low. Blake ticking away onto Mata. We'll work him a little bit further down, but now Peanut starting.
And that's what I meant. When you start topside, you have the natural pathing into bot. He's rushing. He's not going for a scuttle crab. He wants a quick first blood.
Going straight in through that tri-brush. Has not been spotted yet. Flash forward. Wolf hits the slow. Can they follow up the Sonic Wave? Flashes it, locks him down with the Tempest, and comes up with first blood. SKT put it on the board in 3 minutes.
And I couldn't mention it because of the trading, but when you start topside, you have the natural path into bot lane. Didn't take the blue, just went for the easier Wolf camp, hit level 3, and had only one place in mind. And it's academic when you see so many summoner spells down already, not even a pesky exhaust to force his way through. And we didn't see that sort of pathing from Scorer. KT were not in a position to react on the bot side of the map, even though we said what was the core tenet of KT beating Samsung. It was the bot lane first bricks and the bot lane focus. Clear love where? Because Scorer wasn't in position.
Some exchange here on a Faker. Scorer shows his face in mid. But overall, they won't be able to get the lockdown, won't be able to translate that anywhere near a kill. And the battle of the tethers coming out.
Well, it's going to be the battle of the shields versus the damage. More so between the Karma and the LeBlanc. Going to be basically defensive laning from Faker. He gets to build a Chalice of Harmony.
Yeah.
And he can go into Athenes from that. That is still
an item that we've not seen much of.
But it's pretty nice against LeBlanc to get magic resist and also mana regen in a single item. Now gives health and mana regen depending on numbers.
Sitting in the brush, Sonic Wave comes through. Score tries to dash away with the control, but they go in, chasing in deeper onto this Graves. One more hit would do it if he can line up the Sonic Wave. Chases in, he goes over the wall. Launcher Q not going to connect, falls short, but now Pawn, he chases in a bit too far. Has to use that W to get himself out to safety. Stays alive, Score, flash down now on the Graves.
Def gets a bit of positioning in bot, but no more than that. Far advantage SKT. They seem to have read the book that KT was trying to write specifically around bot lane. You cannot afford to play as far up the lane, use summoners aggressively if you don't have your jungler pathing. There is, of course, the next level of playing like your jungler's there. But when the wraparound comes from the Lee Sin, he's either there or he's not. Scorer was not in the bot lane, and Deft was the punish.
Slow him down a bit. Exchanges coming into the mid lane. Faker gets the tether onto Pawn. Works him low. Still has those biscuits coming through with the Dark Seal. Helps him sustain himself a bit faster. Going low on mana. Gonna need those first buys to come out here for Faker. Meanwhile, Bang showing back up at the bottom lane. Comes in onto Depth. The exhaust comes down yet again, but Bang's not really in range, but instead just tries to exchange back in on Amada. He's out of mana, but the Voidlings doing quite a bit of damage here onto the Twitch. This to go ahead, kite back in underneath the turret, pick up that extra little bit of gold from those void lanes as best as you can.
There's a teleport coming in, but just to the mid lane. Remember, it's double teleport on both sides.
Yeah.
So Karma's job is to run after the LeBlanc and basically wave clear in her face. Won't have kill pressure on her in the later parts of the game, but it's hoping the LeBlanc won't have kill pressure on her either. When you hit another eyes, and there it is, Chalice of Harmony, bringing back season 6, you'd have to say season 5 almost, when we saw Athene's Unholy Grail rushed basically every game by every mid laner. Orianna sat there weeping when the change came through.
Now for the most part, we have that Morel and Omicron coming in.
Simpongo, a couple of different ways with build. In the last time we saw him, he didn't finish the Gunblade first. He actually went for Morel and Omicron, I believe, after the Revolver, just for trading. Has gone Gunblade first in the past, so we'll keep tabs, might be a gold thing. What I can say about the bot lane is that the thing about Twitch is that he lanes much more comfortably when he has Bilgewater and when he's able to push in, because he does have true AoE now with the nature of W applying stacks of his passive. And if he goes back, he'll have lifesteal on the return as Smart Peanut meat.
He's got the 2v2 up here in the top lane. It's going to be the hook shot, and they lock him down. Ultimatum comes out from Hootie as well as they finish off the Graves. Resonating Strike takes him out from Smith. One hit from finding a kill of his own. Will be able to finish off that Camille, and Baker getting locked down here by Pawn. Flashes away. One more hit would do it from Pawn. Unable, does not have the cooldowns, can't go in to finalize the kill.
That's why Faker waited to see if he needs to flash away from multiple auto attacks. We could see on our screen, thankfully OGN had toggled over to the LeBlanc, no cooldowns available. Was not going to pick up the kill with a flash. Trust damage through that Chalice. We see a lot of brawling this game at the start. We see the replay. Score, I mean, and Hootie decides they're going in. And that has certainly been a problem in previous matches where we've seen them misjudge. But this is the battle we saw off screen. Full rotation from Pawn. Faker misses all his spells, but Chalice of Harmony means that Faker will not go down. He would have died if there was no magic resist purchased on his first battle.
Himself safe in that mid lane, starting to sit behind very slightly as far as the CS is considered. But otherwise, it's pretty even across the board. Peanut falling behind, a bit behind score, but does have those 2 kills.
Spotted here is Bang, going for the traditional mid-roam. Def knows all about these.
Walking his way in, but Pawn playing so far back, not in range of Faker, getting that boot down onto him.
There's the mini power spike of Bilgewater. It's not quite by the Ruin King when it comes to the active, but
good start. Faker just getting ripped apart.
As an AD carry, you can only exit lane for so long, so he has to return, thus isn't positioned for Faker, who certainly going to get value out of the refillable potion, that's for sure.
Unfortunately, it's only got 2 charges, though.
I wonder if he'll max E first, like we often see for support Karma.
There's a lot of refillable potions deep in the game at the moment.
That was the first purchase from Bang because of the early recall, but it's coming back to Karma. It's usually Q3 points E max as support. Can you afford to go
full Q?
Full Q. I mean, do you need to go full Q because it's such a different dynamic? You're not trying to help pushing, you're trying to actually force LeBlanc out of lane because LeBlanc does not want to build any magic, he wants to go full offense. So taking a mantra level 5 Q to the face will stop their own potential from the LeBlanc.
It's quite a bit. More exchanging going on down here in the bottom lane, but things have stabilized for the most part. You can see Def keeping up in CS, has that Vamp Scepter, so he can at least regain a lot of that HP that he's losing in exchanges.
Despite having double control ward, Bang gets to push as the Twitch and then just back away, and that's exactly the lane spot you want for a Twitch, to be able to just AoE down waves, let the poison stay, and have the option to push in. Under turret, struggles a lot more. Pushing up, and pushing up is pretty comfortable for now for Bang.
You can expect a very similar build path here from Bang, later the Ruin King to start things off, and more than likely going to be that QSS coming in afterward. Making himself safe from that Nether Grasp, from that Ash Arrow. Meek losing out on those exchanges in the top lane. Smith finding all of the weak spots.
Well, let's remember that it is a Fiora, and it is a DPS matchup, and we spent a whole season talking about the ramifications of that. May not have the chance to here as that's coming up with Ash Arrow.
Vaughn dashing in, gets a lockdown onto Faker, only down to half HP, and that's going to be the Ash Arrow coming through. Mana gets the silence, and Faker will fall. Def picks up the kill, making it a 2 for 2. Barely sliding KT into that gold lead.
The bot lanes make 1 roam each. The one from Bang does not work. The one from Deft is much more straightforward when the chain registers. Actually get to pick up the kill. Only the investment of the double summoners for Mata to speak about. Nice stuff there from KT. Want to find a way to open the map to actually get the first rotation on the double teleport and play the side lane. As Deft's going to just walk up to Bang.
Yeah, finds him. Ash Arrow knows that it's down, but now Mata coming in from the sidelines. Nether Grass gets thrown out, but it's interrupted here. tries to kite back the arrival of Faker. A little bit too late to get the tag in onto the kill. Won't be able to find that for himself. He goes low wild growth. Keeps up though, and now KT have to exit. Score dashing backward. The flash forward from Bang. Out for blood. Leggy is ticking away, but likely won't be able to find the kill. But now Peanut on the backside. Will he be able to come up with something?
Huni actually interrupted the teleport from the Fiora. Looked like a great spot for the Grand Challenge. No teleport now though, and it might actually be first break against the Tide. So off the map, big turnaround by Huni. Actually stopped the turn from KT. Now, for once, KT have to watch as their first turret is eliminated.
All right, we'll have to get a replay of that play there by Huni up at the top lane, but heroic for sure.
Especially because he was losing trades. It could have just been a one-way mission where he gave over his life and potentially the outer turret. But got in, got out, didn't even have to flash then, flashed after that once, I imagine, because of the Grand Challenge coming through. But the Fiora cleanup never came. That was really big because it looked like they were being sucked in for a Tiamat Fiora to get a couple of kills.
KT, they get a taste of a lead for just a brief moment, but SKT with that first break see themselves in such a massive victory now.
But a lot is happening in the top lane. So the teleport comes through. We already knew that it was the Karma. Watch Smeb dive into a brush and doesn't know that it's warded. Hextech ultimatum, of course, means nobody's coming in. Really big story there because with the health bars where they're at, full health Graves ends up just giving up his health bar for free because he does not have the Fiora to be in the front line as well.
Peanut unable to find his way into that backside of the fight to get those execution kills. So, deaths avoided there for KT. Good zoning by Pawn, but still suffering heavy losses throughout the duration of that fight. Dragon now being started up here by SK Telecom. Mountain Drake kicking things off on the board. 13 minutes. Let's see what the follow-up's going to be. It's going to be an Infernal Drake. There we go. Triple Ocean in game one. Now things are going to get a bit spicy here in game two. Huni, a bit of a bad spot. Gets locked down here by the LeBlanc. Misses that tactical sweep. It's a shield coming through off the passive. Going low. The shield is there from Wolf. Great roam up by he and Faker. They'll keep that Camille alive.
Yeah, Pawn was spacing out his damage because, of course, wanted to get all the passive procs in and the revolver. As in the mid lane.
Yeah, Huni going in deep.
What's the flash from Death? He's got no flash now.
That's going to be the Ash Arrow coming in. Sonic Wave connects. They kick him back in, and Death is dead to rights. Gets picked up by Huni. The fourth kill is thrown on the board for SK Telecom. They look for Mata, unable to find it, but they'll be happy with finishing off the Ash Arrow. They go back in. Actually, the Tether locks him down. The Mantra Q has the Nethergrass trying to kill Peanut with the Wild Growth. Keeps him alive, and the shields come out from both the Karma and the Lulu. That has to be annoying. Hit your KT. They pick up a second kill.
And it's just a preview of the late game. Those shields will not be used on Lee Sin in the late game. They're all for Bang, but already they are massive. See Bang in the mid lane. Every time KT has tried to pick, the utility and counter roams from SKT have been there. KT attracted, now they want Pawn.
Pawn dashing away, gets chunked out, almost a half HP off the bat. The Blade of the Rune King really doing work here for Bang.
And you might wonder, okay, is SKT just got sick wards and they know where to be? Is it a Sixth Sense? They've got Lulu Karma. They're always going to be in position to counter roam because at least one person is moving at Mark 10 on the side of KT at every
coming in, doesn't get the red bump, but there's another ultimatum stopping the score from going over the wall. The rest of the team piles in, they take him out. Another kill over to Peanut, 3-0-2 on the Lee Sin. He's looking for that 11th win.
And where does this all start? It starts in KT not getting first brick in the bot lane. That will always unlock a support to roam, and your eyes are instantly drawn to Mata. Did it in the semi-final on the Malzahar multiple times. Was there to help Graves get the picks and score, get the picks in the semi-final. But actually, your eyes need to be on the Lulu because now Lulu's been unlocked to allow the counter rotations, to have the extra shields and the wild growth. And those close damage considerations are not close when 400 extra shielding at 15 minutes is being added onto the members of SKT.
They are starting to stomp out KT at every turn. 1.6 gold here for SK Telecom, the Mountain Drake there on reserve for them. And if they maintain this pace, very likely an Infernal to follow. Really just put the nail in the coffin here. SKT Rolster Huni, bottom lane, coming through from the LeBlanc.
One already understands that there's no latitude for messing around itemization. Will be Gunblade after Merc treads admittedly, but Gunblade Rush for just that extra bit of burst, because you need every extra bit when you're against the Karma and Lulu duo.
Yeah.
The Bang's already going to be so far in the back line that the Blanc not snowballing, the Fiora not snowballing, although Fiora is doing relatively well. means those shields are so much more likely to keep him at half health, and then he just keeps spraying and praying. And KT doesn't have a comp that can answer that ability. So the fact that they're winning these early dives, these early trades, makes everything oh so much more sweet for SKT.
Here's some defensive itemization coming in from Bang. There's going to be that Ninja Tabi coming through.
What about the
Little
Aegis,
magic.
man? Gotta throw in the Aegis there.
He's building up for it.
He needs an extra shield. He doesn't have a shield, Achilles. But yeah, you're right. It's going to be most likely the Ninja Tabi and a QSS on the side of Bang. Probably going to be actually the Ardent Sensor next for Faker, going full utility build in the mid lane. Yeah. There's some argument for something like the Luden's Echo to just have bigger Q harass, but Faker already knows there's not a lot of damage to push through, a lot of health to push through, so keeping either the LeBlanc or more likely the Twitch alive is the first call.
Oh,
that's a whip.
Oh boy. All right, so mid distortion here for Pawn.
Come on, Peanut, not your mouse again.
Not another mouse issue.
It's always Peanut.
It really is always Peanut.
We don't know it's a mouse issue yet, but
trying to get confirmation of that one quickly here, figure out exactly what's going on.
This is so rough on Pawn in particular.
This is a very awkward timing.
He's mid spell rotation.
Yeah, coming in off that distortion, trying to jump in onto Peanut.
Now,
who is also trying to exit out of the Raptor pit.
We talked about picks coming through from the LPL.
It's a headset issue.
It's a headset issue. That's good to hear. As I was going to talk about in the LPL, there was of course a remake because of a mouse issue, leading to Road of Aimee dying in a turret dive because he wasn't able to move. Headset issue is a bit more optimistic. The timing is not fortuitous at all for action being interrupted. Very unfortunate there.
It's moments like these that can really just chip away at your mentality. Stuck in the middle of what is about to be a team fight here.
I imagine the headset needs to be fixed up. Unsure of any other issues there, but we'll just take a moment to step back, get the lay of the land.
Get that expedited shipping from Team Razor out here. Get replaced.
Angling for the SKT, for the Team Razor retweet, are we, Achilles? I think enough people are watching. They're definitely watching.
They're always lurking.
Such as the Razor Way.
Well, we have the countdown coming through, so seems like we might have everything taken care of. It looks like we do. So Pawn dashes in, take away the big Raptor. That's just about going to be it there. So no one going down, no real blows coming through on either side.
The lay of the land is SKT with the advantage. Being able to get the kills on the utility means the utility's there. Earlier, Bang has been able to hit his timing as well as KT fishing for the picks that made game one so interesting.
Astro is ready to go. Pawn dashes in, sizzle down on the Peanut, cuts him out to half HP.
But can they kill with an Ash Arrow, you know? Like you think about the Malzahar flashing in. Even then, the shields are there. The shields are real. And Karma is only about stymieing LeBlanc. Teleport Karma doesn't hold much threat, but certainly it slows down the pace of KT Rolster.
Seeing that he is unsafe when it dashes away with a hook shot, will lose out on that turret. So that's 2 over to KT Rolster, still down in gold by 1.2 thousand. KT, they're going to look to even the score here. Straight back to the tower of their own. So go ahead and keep moving up that top lane.
LeBlanc's moves being dictated to me is a lot more important than what we saw on the other side of the Rift. Gunblade finished for the LeBlanc, but Gunblade does a lot of interesting things. We haven't actually seen that itemization that much in Korea to talk about it. But
we haven't seen LeBlanc that much.
That's true.
Oh, flash forward, it's going to be that threat down onto Bang. He's coming out, Ash Arrow layered in. He's still alive in the wild, but keeps him up through everything. Wolf going forward, gets the polymorph in onto Mana, and he's going to fall with just one more shot. Meanwhile, Bang might just go down, but the heal is there. He's kiting back. Smeb getting locked down. Meanwhile, the other side of the fight, Pawn finds the kill in onto Huni, but Smeb dies in the end, and Bang, the target that they were all looking for, does not fall. It's a 2-for-1 in SKT's favor.
They thought it was finally their moment. They couldn't see a Lulu. They couldn't see a Karma. They knew where Karma was.
Looking for Dap, the Sonic Wave, not going to connect, but now everybody from SKT sitting right here in front of an Infernal Dragon that's about to spawn. Perfect timing from them. They'll go ahead and they start this one up, but there's really nothing KT can do to try to contest this.
And in some ways, it's the least bloodthirsty Infernal Drake we'll see in a while, because honestly, it's the extra shields and health that it will provide that are so much more relevant than 8% more damage onto specifically Bang. That looked like the moment, but actually there was a Lulu around the corner.
They invest
Lulu's
everything.
walking down, anticipating this could happen. They think they have enough damage, but Wolf doesn't even have to flash. Gets the ult in, the Karma teleport comes in as well. Mata died off screen, we'll finally see the confirmation there. And Huni, maybe it wasn't worth trading the 1 in a 1v4 scenario, but he bought time, where on the other side, it felt like Bang was gaining health as the Fiora was diving on him, and that feeling's only gonna get more and more real.
Yeah. Say the 2-for-1, probably worth it if you don't use the flash. But Huni just getting a little antsy and overzealous there. Let's pick up that.
It was a zoning.
Yeah. You know, if I flash here, they'll kill me and they stay away from the rest of my team. Even though they're nowhere near my team.
It was definitely a mistake. It was definitely a bloodthirsty move from Huni, but the rest of the game has gone.
And we've seen that, you know, really cost SKT in the past. But right now, the bloodthirstiness coming out of Peanut and Huni around the top lane earlier on, you know, during the laning phase, working out for them.
But you think back and you're like, okay, well, why not Prophet? You know, Prophet looks so good and had a long winning streak and he's very reliable. The thing is that you could attribute a lot of what Prophet has looked good on to Cuvée, who was also a tank role player for the large one. Admittedly, there is the rumble for the side of Prophet, but that can be bad. You need someone who plays carries when you're going against Smeb, because if they force you in a mismatch and you're on a tank and all you play is tanks, Smeb's got carries for days and will beat you. So they need Huni's mindset to actually be able to match Smeb, because Cuvée can never match Smeb on carries. Yeah. Huni can. That's what he made his name on.
That's exactly what I was going to say. We already saw that mismatch happen versus Samsung. Part of why KT was able to just very handedly take them out.
Huni is a trump card in this series. Even if he makes mistakes, his skill, his mechanical skill and ability to play carries is needed with the way the meta is developing. Specifically, the KT meta plays out.
I mean, honestly, Huni might even have it written into his contract that he has to play against Smeb to try to get revenge.
No, I talked to Huni. This has one Lucian top game a season in there, so.
All right.
Game 3.
Well, here we go. Here's hoping game 3 we get the Hecarim Riven rematch.
Oh boy.
That'd be a great one.
Something about having manners picks when you're 2-0 up that makes that a little bit tough to swallow, I guess, but we take what we can get as Faker just groups in the small golems to the CS is going to acquire.
Bang coming in, they're looking for Smeb. Look at that ultimatum coming through, locked in, tries to trigger one back on the bank. It's a lot of damage in, but it's not going to be enough. He gets taken out, but meanwhile, back towards that mid lane, right by the Raptor camp, Wolf gets picked off. Ash Arrow looks like he came through. The damage there from Pawn, they pick up a kill.
So the 1-for-1 goes the way of SKT in terms of impact. Wolf can actually even use the redemption while he's dead to have extra impact, but not going to be a big factor. That's out of mana, so won't be focusing on much. Trading a picks, things stay even. But playing the map as Smeb was able to in game 1, where his team forced moments and he could just split push without vision because they had vision of the other team, is not possible here. And SKT reacts so fast. Consider how fast and how much terrain Lee Sin and on your screen now the Camille can make when they have double speed ups as well. You're not getting away from the Hextech ultimatum. It could be a true melee range ability. It could be basically a Rammus taunt. It's going to hit the right member because they have insane mobility on the side of SKT.
See him proxying that wave, just trying to get things moving into that inner turret and bot. Creating some nice pressure there across the map. So we're now 23 minutes in. We saw KT start up the Baron in game 1 around 20 minutes right after it had spawned. Neither team in a position to do so this time around.
In the build-up to this event, people talked about the fact that, I don't think Bank's going to kill here.
So about that.
This game did resemble, on some ways, the ultimate shield versus sword matchup, where SKT known for defensive and KT known for offensive. Apologies to Argent Shield in this discussion, but this is the game to exemplify that. It's a shield comp from SKT against, once again, 5 carry champions on the side of KT, and we'll get the true answer. 5 people building damage versus, you know, 2 true threats on the side of SKT, and just every shield imaginable.
Thanks, and he's selling the ball with tosses out here in on the depth. Arrow plays the Hurricane, and the arrow is available. Bang getting jumped on. Shields come through to keep him alive, and Peanut gets the kick in on the pawn. He has a tether down, but it doesn't matter. They chase him, and they take him out. Bang picking up the kill for himself. Now 10-4 on the board for SKT. Not at all what KT wanted from that exchange.
So decisive is Peanut on the Lee Sin, knows all the limits. Now with 1 member down, they can tank up turrets. Better to tank up with shields than have the minions die, because they have a better chance of pushing. And they got the shields, Achilles, and they got mid turret.
Shields for days. They go ahead, they take it out. Bang still so healthy. Now 2-0-2 on this Twitch, becoming an absolute powerhouse for this mid game. 25 minutes about to be on the clock. SKT, a couple more picks like that, that could be a Baron. very swiftly going down.
Now, look, Bang takes a big risk, walking up like he did. And Peanut is just so smooth. They had vision over, but in an instant, Peanut, big flash, beautifully pulled off, had a couple of great ones like this in game one as well. Peanut did not play Lee Sin until right around Worlds, where he used all the off time between the winning the final and Worlds to build up Lee Sin, and since then has been just unconscionably good on the pick. Like you say, 10-0, double digits over the course of spring season. Multiple teams banded against him. Score's had a pretty good Lee Sin himself this year as well. But you have to sacrifice something for something. They went all in at trying to pick up power on the side of KT. And there's always power picks left for SKT as well.
Start off not looking too great there for Score, but so far, haven't seen the Lee Sin even considered by him. Peanut, somebody that was straying away from this pick when it was available, was favoring the Graves. Now comes back in games 1 and 2 with this Lee Sin, just tacking more wins on the board. He's poised to be 11-0 this split with this champion. And you have to expect KT, they need to take this away.
And you think about Graves, and you think about Score, and he is a great Graves, and of course it's fun to see a nod to his old AD carry Immortal Score days as well. But consider that Graves doesn't really make things happen, you know, even less so than someone like Rengar, who's another level 6 jungler, and Score has often been needed to bail them out of bad games and also accelerate good games, as he was able to against Samsung. Graves doesn't have that same caliber around him. Sure, if your lanes are winning and an Ash Arrow comes in, you can burst someone to death, but they went first pick Graves, and the Lee Sin seems to be the true crown jewel when it comes to jungle picks in this series.
Maybe they were going to go for Smeb for a second, but instead SKT started the scout. Drake thinks by himself, however, as Bang is just hunting in the jungle. It's the flash out, will eat that Ash Arrow, but cleanses it off immediately with the QSS.
And he doesn't see any threat anymore. He's got QSS, I mean, Lulu in the pocket, Karma not far behind.
Goodbye engagement from the Malzahar. You can't flash Nethergrasp anymore, so SKT going to fearlessly push up this mid lane again. The shield's being used on the Peanut, eating those turret shots, keeping the minions alive.
And that's the point. We need to understand at home, when you have shielding, tanking, like for example, a Nautilus taking 30 turret shots, means you have the minions pushing. You don't need to commit melee champions into hitting the turret when all the minions are, and the shields will shrug off all the damage. So it is the correct play to tank turret in these scenarios.
And your wave doesn't get thinned out as you pull back, so the wave maintains staying forward, so you don't have to prep it as quickly as you normally would in that situation. Faker, a really nice check here on the pawn. Damage will come out. Against the lockdown, but the Zonius has been used. Any exit, dashes to the side. Like he will be able to make it out with his life, but the TP is coming in on the backside. You can see it's going to be Huni joining in the fight. Immediately gets locked down by that Nethergrass. Neptune barely going to clip him. He stays alive. The Wild Growth keeps him popped up, has the shield from the pass, but he will go down. And Smeb kills him with a grand challenge, dashing in, looking for more. Finishes off Faker. So far, it's 2 kills on the side of SKT as they go down for 3 of KT. They follow up, looking for more. They get pawn. They want Score. They want the ace. And Bang is going to make it happen. There we go. No, this takeaway by the Lee Sin. Peanut with the triple kill. 6-0-5, and now a Baron over to SKT T1.
5 DPS champions. Hell, throw in a couple more. Still no one will get anywhere near the Twitch, who has no threat on him in the backline whatsoever. The items are not there for Smeb. The threat is not there from the LeBlanc either. And the shield comp has worked a treat by SK Telecom. You fall behind a shield comp, and then they have damage and shielding. Really nice burst teleport, but honestly, Mata spared this from being even worse, interrupting there being the perfect initiation from the Camille. But then you just have to decide. Remember, that this fight is always going to be decided. Every fight will be decided by the Twitch, and Bang doesn't take any damage at all. He's free hitting the whole fight, and Peanut, this early into the game with a couple of DPS items, is basically a backline assassin in his own right.
Yeah, he is just popping off now on this Lee Sin. See, the Lord Dominic's regard completed. A long sword for Bang as they get ready to come back in off this replay. Peanut is feeling quite happy with his performance thus far.
Both these players were famous in wanting to take down SK Telecom. Both Peanut and Smeb on the Rocks Tigers wanted to take down SKT Star, but they never could. Their only win ever was famously against KT Rolster, and KT did the dirty work over SKT in the semi-final. And as we talked about in the Trash Talk, there's always 2 roads you can walk in this way.
If you can't beat them, join them.
That's the one that Peanut chose. Smeb tried to be the beacon of hope on KT across with these stars, but SKT always get it done. This is the day without Bengi. There's less of those old guard members here. It's only Faker and Coma to speak of from the original days. But maybe we'll never know which of those two is the bigger threat. Everyone wants to say Faker, but Koma is in a league of himself as a coach as well. And right now, KT, you know, this particular game, if they somehow get to 6 items, maybe they have the damage to do it, but I can never see that happening.
Bang yet again.
The moment that I saw Bang walk up to a Malzahar Ashe and open up, I was like, okay, well, this game is escalated
kind of
quickly.
done. All right. Well, Bang, monstrous on this Twitch. 4-0 and 5, deathless so far. Be a nice cash-in if anyone can actually take him out, but even that might not be enough. Swing KT back into a good slot. You can see the pressure coming out here from SK Telecom on that top side of the map. With the inner turret being taken down. Do they stick around for more is the question. Smeb will get interrupted by Huni if he goes out for the teleport, but actually doesn't even have it available for about 30 more seconds.
There's no options here for KT. The Ashe Arrow will be instantly cleansed.
Oh, and Huni, he's winning the exchange here. Post not going to connect with this. Finishes him off with the Q-pop, the Trinity Force. So much damage coming through. Takes him out. Smeb getting executed. Huni finally finding solace for those plays back in Worlds in 2015. Peanut going in. Wild Growth, the shields, the redemption. Not going to be in time. He does fall as Pawn picks up the kill, but now the Nexus inhibitor has been exposed, and the members of KT are falling to the wayside. Score going down. Deft firing away as best as he can, but the double kill is there from Bang. They take him out and they'll get the inhibitor, and SKT, 4 members dead, are poised to go to match point.
In every single lane, KT is losing. SKT will end the game here. No wave clear left. As you say, regards to 2015, sent by Huni. It does not matter a single iota on this day. SKT brought the new stuff. We thought it would be KT with the new tech. Welcome SKT to the new tech club. They go up 2-0, and suddenly they'll tell me about have a pretty short night, Achilles, because the reverse sweep, it'd be the stuff of dreams, but it's not looking likely with SKT. 2-0 up and in full control.
Smiles and a sigh of relief there from Huni on the faces of SK Telecom overall as we pan through the booth. 1 win away. A 5th finals victory here in Korea as SK Telecom T1. This would staple them as the #1 team in the world, as the team going to represent Korea at MSI.
KT forced Samsung into playing reactive, and Samsung had nothing. We fast forward to the grand final. KT are the ones that have to adapt their ban phase in game 2 on the blue side once again, and they still come up wanting. They are second to SKT, who had the strategy to counter the strategy. Feels like you're playing rock, paper, scissors, and SKT's got a fourth one that beats everything, because they are looking like they just have an endless playbook, and mostly through Faker. He's played 2 unique champions on the season in a single series in his first 2 games. First game of Fizz, first game of Karma for the season.
Well, if you're a KT fan, you gotta be hoping that the Fiora was not the pocket pick that we were discussing earlier. Not finding success. Huni absolutely destroying with that Camille, but you really gotta give it to Peanut. Put on a clinic with that Lee Sin.
Definitely MVP. We'll obviously confirm that later in the broadcast, but Peanut was the difference. 11-0 on that Lee Sin. And suddenly now that has to be a ban. You start going, wait, what did we have to ban in game 2 because of game 1? 10 bans, feels like we could do with another 10 on the side of KT Rolster, and maybe then we can see some more games in this series.
Maybe it wouldn't even be enough. KT, I already said their backs were against the wall in game 1. Now, truly so, as it's match point for SK Telecom. We're gonna take a break. When we come back, we'll see if this is just gonna be the 3-0 or if the reverse sweep can be initiated by KT. Don't go anywhere, guys. You do not want to miss this explosive conclusion. That's sure what it's going to be. Bloodthirsty games in 1 and 2, and I'm sure it's going to continue. We'll be back in a few. Don't go anywhere.
up next.
The clock's ticking, the cops are coming fast, so grab the duffel bag and let's roll.
한 분야에서 1등을 한다는 것. 그들에겐 특별한 무언가가 있을까? 2017년 LOL 프로 세계에서 최소 한 번씩은 정상에서 본 그들이 모여 정상회담을 개최했다. 개회선언! 네, 정상이 한 번씩 서본 KT 선수들과 함께합니다. 정상회담 반갑습니다. 사실 최근 경력만 따지면 또 우리 스맵 선수가
데프트 선수, 뭐 폰 선수 이제 화려하지만 우승 경력들이 다 예전 이제 좀 지났거든요. 우승한 지가.
아, 비웃는 거세요?
아니 몇 개 없으신 것 같은데.
아, 몇 개 없는 것 같아요?
아 저는 LCK는 없지만.
아, LCK가 없어요?
네. 전 국제대회 위주로 판을 타왔죠.
아, 그래. 또 데프트 선수는?
저는 롤드컵 빼고는 다 해본 것 같아요.
어?
아, 여기 들어오시면 안 돼요.
안녕하세요. 안녕하십니까. 안녕하십니까.
스코어 선수가 여기 웬일이세요?
안녕하십니까.
여기 정상들만 모이는 곳인데.
아, 그렇습니까?
예.
최정상들만.
네.
전 정상인이라서.
우승 경력이 없으시잖아요.
무슨 경력?
네네. 본인의 어떤 커리어를 좀 말씀해 주신다면 어떤 것들이 있을까요?
사실 우승이 좀 생각보다 있긴 해요. 네. 이거는 잘 모르는 사람들이 많은데 시초가 MLG라고.
네?
네?
MLG라고.
그러니까 MLB 아니죠? 메이저리그 아니고.
MLG.
여기 지금 정상들만 모인 정상회담인데 어떻게
네네.
오셨습니까?
여기 우승을 많이 해본 친구들이 있다 해서 우승할 수 있는 방법을 좀 알고 싶어서 왔습니다.
이번에 기필코 우승하겠다는 그런 의지를 좀 보여주고 계신 겁니까?
그렇죠.
이야, 이 스코어 선수도 절대 신임한다는
네.
또 스맵 선수의 바론 스틸. 이거 엄청납니다. 혹시 뭐 바론 스틸의 비결이 있습니까? 가자! 뭐 하시는 거예요?
저만의 어떤 응원 그런 구호거든요.
주문 같은 거?
예.
가자!
외치시고 이제 바로 싸움을 하면은 뺏을 확률이 굉장히 높아진다고.
가자! 다시 한번 좀 해주시죠. 가자! 바람 가자! 우승을 하기 위해서 저런 게 필요합니다. 자, 한번 따라해 볼까요? 가자! 가자!
똑바로 하셔요, 똑바로.
아니, 진지하게.
자신의 좀 그 모든 걸 내려놓고.
이게 바로 우승자의
그러니까 내려놔야 된다니까요. 그럼 한 명만 좀 시켜볼까요?
김혁규.
데프트. 어쨌든 우승자들이니까 이거 시키면 다 잘해요.
그러니까 다 잘해요. 한 번만 해주세요.
아니, 우승 어떻게 하셨어요?
내려놓고 다 내려놓고.
야, 근데 KT에 공짜 폰이 있다는 소리가 있어요?
공짜폰.
뭐 하세요?
없습니다.
확실합니까?
이제 없어요.
KT 여러분 공짜폰이 없다고 합니다. 네, 그럼 우승을 하기 위한 필수 조건 또 어떤 것들이 있는지.
폴리 높을. 마우카이 더블했고. 앨리스 높을. 저기 앨리스 찍었어. 나이스.
이 두 선수에게 한번 저희가 오더 레슨을 받아보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 데프트 선수. 바로 막아, 이 자식아. 바로 막. 그러면 또 이 마타 선수 하면 또 이 딕션이 완벽한 랩 오더가 또 일품이지 않습니까? 개그맨 또 양세형 씨하고 이름도 같고. 근데 한번 보여주시죠.
바리바리 조세바리. 에블바리 쉑더 바리.
Let's go party, come on party.
제주도의 다금바리.
읽지도 못해.
이거 자꾸 쓰러져.
괜찮으세요?
제주도엔 다금바리, 살아있는 다금바리, 여기 있는 조세바리, 레츠고바리, 컴온.
역시 딕션이 완벽한 마타 선수의 오더. 마지막으로 우리 결승전을 앞둔 각오 한마디 부탁드리겠습니다.
마무리가 제일 중요하다고 생각하니까 마무리를 잘해야 될 것 같아요.
이제 결승전.
벌써 또
네.
목이 메이나?
아닙니다. 최근에 이제 제가 우승 경력이 많기 때문에 제가 팀원들을 잘 이끌고
전 최근 우승 경력이 많은 경호 형만 믿고 가겠습니다.
오.
동빈이 형이 또 인천에서 강하거든요. 동빈이 형만 믿고 가겠습니다.
자, 마지막으로 우리 스폰 선수.
4명의 친구들이 다 잘하는 친구들이라 제가 살짝 승차감 좋게 한번 타보도록 하겠습니다.
아, 알겠습니다. 자, 그럼 마지막으로 우리 파이팅 한번 외쳐보면서 이 시간 마무리해보도록 하겠습니다. KT 롤스터 출발!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Taking a look at the damage charts, you can see the Twitch absolutely destroying the members of KT Rolster. Bang. Bringing out this pick. We thought maybe this was going to be one of the things that he's hiding up his sleeve. It was, in fact, and he absolutely destroys with it. But very much enabled by his teammates. So we'll see who gets the MVP. Likely expected to be Peanut, and it will be here in the end. 6-1 and 8. Died right at the end of the game, but 74% kill contribution. He'll tie up with Deft and Faker to try to net themselves that playoff MVP award.
And the narrative for Peanut before Worlds was a little bit different. Because if you think back to Peanut's finals on the Rocks Tigers, spring season, outclassed by Blank. Summer season, outclassed by Score. But at Worlds, he was a world beater. At Worlds, he was excellent. And in that time, he built up the Lee Sin. So he's finally gotten to the point where he can be comfortable in the big game. Still a very young player, was very inexperienced in those big best of fives, but that's no longer the Peanut we see on the Rift here. Look at the aggression he's able to pull off.
I mean, they still go for this one.
They do go for this one with all the shields, which, you know, it worked out just great, as we know from hindsight, and what we've seen on the screen as well. But Peanut is being given his best champion. He is best at Lee Sin. It's no longer the Elise that was his pick in 2016, and he gets to make the plays and plays like this. Look at how much finesse he was able to put into what was a commanding performance, easily the MVP of this game. And he ended up being an assassin in his own right, because against the full damage comp that couldn't kill the Twitch, on the one side was Twitch killing everyone, and in the front line, it was the Lee Sin.
Yeah. He's setting up those picks, really great backline dives from Peanut throughout the game. Things rolling there for SK Telecom, and they just did not let go. KT had a lead for about 45 seconds, maybe a minute or two. Didn't last very long. SKT, they shut him out. And now it's match point. It all comes down to this. KT Rolster backs completely against the wall in the corner. One more loss, and it's just one more missed opportunity for Score.
So that dynamic side selection, game one, KT forced onto the blue side. Game two, choosing the blue side. They will be on blue side a third game in a row. And it's been working for SKT. And the roller coaster from KT looks to be coming to a screeching halt. Just 3 games into the series, but KT as an organization has done this before. They did reverse sweep SK Telecom, different lineups, very thin premise, especially on the basis of game 1 and game 2. If you're a KT fan, you need to be looking to the skies. You need to be hoping against hope, because for now, SKT has had every answer.
Yep, Yes, they have. And they haven't even had to respond with a roster swap. Dropped it. Blank, Sky, all sitting comfortably in the audience, watching their co-workers, their teammates rip apart the opposition.
And the scariest thing is that SKT outdid a KT comp twice in completely different fashion. Game 1 was all about the Fizz counter pick in the mid lane. Game 2 was about the shields for Bang, and Game 2 looked even more ruthlessly effective. So KT, it's backs against the wall. They need to throw out something. They need something that was to the level of how they dismantled Samsung. They need to find a weakness that maybe even SKT does not know they have. So far the bans are pretty simple, and that's a respect ban towards the Lee Sin. Won't be first picked by KT, will be denied from Peanut, who may end the season 11-0.
It's like that very well may just be the case here. Lee Sin, Fizz off the board. The cannon yet again here from SK Telecom. Haven't really had to change things up much, except for abstaining to ban in the third and final in the first round there in game number 2. So Rumble comes out from them. We'll see if the Graves gets taken away, but we already saw Score got his hands on it. Wasn't able to make anything happen.
Last ban on blue side is actually Renekton, so basically begging for a Camille ban. RKT, of course, the standard laning matchup into that Camille. We can still go Poppy, which on 7.7 is super strong. We're still on 7.6 with Galio disabled, so they will ban the Camille as a respect. This does leave, like you say, something like Graves available.
Oh,
first pick Jace.
This is really bold here from KT. And again, I mean, this is technically a flex. We saw Juan run this before. Wasn't the greatest Jace that we've ever seen, but it is certainly something that can flip between that top and mid spot.
Does SKT just pick
Or they
Shen?
give it the deft.
Does SKT just pick Shen early? That is a possibility for them. Of course, then the flex pick would likely happen, but are you afraid of Pawn's mid lane, Jace? My first instinct is no. It's been 2 games of Lulu already for the side of SKT, and it will be a third.
It's been instrumental for them. Wolf has been playing this so well throughout this series. Now going to be his 6th game of Lulu this season. Brings it back out, and it's going to be Peanut shifting over towards that Graves, available for him since Elisa is not.
Elise probably going to be selected by KT Rolster, you'd have to think. Yeah, the Jace flex pick, as you say. Outside chance, heavily expecting top. If we see a Shen ban, definitely going to be top, you'd have to think. And will KT just keep going to the same well? It was their flexibility against Samsung. The Jinx, for example, that once again captured the imagination of Dev's champion pool. That was often with Ashe banned. Ashe is still very, very powerful. A lot of teams will favor it. But it's going to be a 3rd game in a row of Ashe from KT. They don't want to deal with any shield shenanigans. No last pick Twitch. What KT is hoping, so they will take away the Karma. Likely as a support, most played this season for Mata.
Yeah, it'll be too shocking to see that one go for him. And the Twitch is already hovered for SKT, and they're going to lock this in. So without the reliability of that Karma from the mid lane, they still want to opt into this. They commanded the bottom lane very well. Lots of early skirmishing that they were able to come back on top of, given that rotation down to the bottom lane from Peanut.
And now you have to ban Shen, 100%. You cannot afford to have the Shen versus Jace matchup, and a Stan United is, of course,
a submarine.
An extra shield coming through. As the submarine comps were a big thing years ago, Elise will be banned. So because they take away the Karma, they give up Elise, the ultimate comfort for the side of KT. KT have done their checks and balances. The balance report has come up balanced, at least in terms of Shen, and Shen will be taken away. First they came for my 2 Shens and I said nothing, and they took my 1 Shen away. Now there's no Shens, feels bad, man. But the last ban, Ivern ban. Okay, so Score played a single game of Ivern. The only game in Korea of Ivern was Score. Just wailing away on Mowgli in his debut game for the Freak of Freaks. So they have obviously heard whispers of Ivern being back.
And now I'm mad at SKT, because if that was a possibility, I really wanted to see the Ivern.
And KT just basically did the math and said, okay, what's the replacement for Karma? Shen, we already mentioned, top lane good against Jace, and now also the Zillion as the other utility mid laner that can potentially give some freedom for the Twitch, but we still remain to see where this Lulu will be going. Still outside chance, it is mid lane Lulu.
It's going to be Rengar going over to Score. Grog is picked up for Huni.
So it could be mid lane or support taken here, and Pawn will return to the LeBlanc that has looked good, but again, it was well fought out by the Karma. Will it be a Lulu mid to deal with the LeBlanc in similar fashion, or will Faker want to end his regular season with a skill matchup?
I just feel like you can't leave the Twitch in the bottom lane without the Lulu. Having that mitigation from the shields would be so crucial, but looks like they might do it.
Lulu.
All right, so they get rid of the mitigation, but they have the sustain from the ebb and flow.
No, but we're back to 2015. What works against LeBlanc? Karma, shields, yep. The Lulu works as well. So we asked, is Faker from the Doinby or the Power of Evil camp?
It's played to both sides.
It's going both. He's an EU LCS and an LPL lover. Good man is that Faker. He will be taking the mid lane utility mage in the Lulu. They need Twitch to do all the damage, but the damage chart may not have got the MVP for Bang, but certainly showed that Twitch is able to do that damage. And now, once again, it's a snowball draft for KT Rolster. Wave clear is not as good as, of course, old Lulu days, so the Graves and the Gragas will need to help out the Twitch, for example, when it comes to wave clear, but Lulu can do some wave clearing. This is, once again, a snowball draft that KT worked till it didn't in game one, and they're going all in, trying to take it in the mid game, because they have a lot of picks before the shields and all the other frustrations come out from SKT.
I mean, talking about damage on the side of SKT, Peanut might not be the least sin, but does have his hands on that Graves. And he's been piloting that very well, much better than we saw from Score there in game number 2. Of his last 4 games, he's played the Graves 3 times.
And it's such a weird world where Faker's role in the final last 2 games has been to neuter pawn. It feels like the shoe is on the wrong foot. But that is exactly what his job is, to follow around, frustrate the LeBlanc, stop the snowball, all those things possible with a limit.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 3, match point for SK Telecom T1. We'll see if they can close it out right here. Take down KT Rolster, stop Score from another title, or if they can fire back and initiate a reverse sweep. Let's go ahead, get on to Summoner's Rift for what could be our final game of the spring final.
Everybody said same old, and the KT fans are probably feeling that same old sinking feeling, Achilles.
Definitely have to be. It's going to be a very quiet half of the venue here, should they start losing out early on in this game.
Out in force, predictably, for what was the hot ticket of the spring. Still in full voice.
Here that has joined this there in the crowd from KT, not on the same page. So really just playing like they're team.
The Rengar for Score. First Rengar we've seen in quite a while. No Rengar in the semi-final, despite Haru being a Rengar god by Korean standards. And it hasn't been a pick that has really been one you would say is quintessentially Score. He kind of turned around the narrative on his Lee Sin with some excellent Lee Sin games towards the end of the season, but there is certainly some setup around the Rengar, but Faker's looking pretty Super Saiyan in that picture.
Really nice, cheerful there.
Is it a cheerful when they look really grumpy and angry? It's more of a warning sign, if you ask me. Although Caution Faker is pretty much applied since his first game ever.
It's just a lifelike cheerful. Faker very rarely looks happy when the games are on. Even after a victory, even when they're on match point, he's still just super serious mode.
And in many ways, he represents the antithesis of Score, where he has tasted victory so many times. 3-time world champion will finally open up a domestic championship lead over Bengi. And only Koma and Faker will be attributable to all those successes. And Score has, as the video showed, in between set 2 and 3, always been frustrated. 4th final ever won for Score. And who will be the star here to start the revival for KT that admittedly looks very unlikely, but it is not out of the midst. It's not out of the realm of possibility until that celebration confetti comes down.
One more chance here. Trying to bring themselves another bang. Again, the exchanges coming out in the bottom lanes. They just try to chunk out that Twitch. No shields, but the flow will be there for full. As they try to just go ahead and work him down. Ball forward start yet again, so he does have the triple pots. So he can take more of this harass that's coming through. Peanut is yet again Rotating down towards the bottom side of the map very early on. Score is low, so even if Peanut shows,
we've seen this before.
Could just be a turnaround kill in onto the Rengar. He's wrapping around, exhaust coming down, depth not flashing yet, pops the kill to start things off. The line not going to connect, but now the bubble comes zero onto Mana. Can they finish him off though? Big mantra Q into the fadeaway, but the Tox is coming through. Will not burn down the shield there to keep him alive. The Plague, I should say, will not finish him off. So first blood, not going to happen. All summoner spells burned by both bottom lane teams.
Yeah, 8 summoner spells, so no advantageous trade in terms of summoners for the side of SKT. As Peanut's getting real Rambo mode.
He's looking for Mata here as he makes his way back in underneath the turret. Not able to get that bubble in time. They want to go for this. They're going to force out the double TP from both these top laners. Likely just going to be the cancels, perhaps. Yeah, both will go ahead and cancel on their own as Depth just takes more damage. Peanut looking for that end of the line. Have to weave it around the bottom side of that tower, but now Faker going to be answering with a TP of his own. Mana going low, gets taken out as Wolf finds the first blood. The turret shots come through. He will die. Now Peanut in no man's land, desperately trying to get in range of Depth to finish him off. Flashes in, will go down, but bang. Scoops up the kill. Meanwhile, back in the mid lane, Faker flashing in, gets the solo kill onto Pawn. 3 on the board for SKT in an explosive start of the game. It's just 4 minutes in.
And this is what can happen in the Lulu versus LeBlanc lane. You go so offensive in your rune page for the LeBlanc that you are surprised by specifically the Pix damage in the early game. Same thing happened for Power of Evil on this LeBlanc, the Lulu pick in the mid lane. Get that first blood. Now the trade in bot lane was not ideal. The reason why they went for it is because they could teleport onto a minion, keep it alive, and take multiple turret hits, and potentially look for the dive. But just like we saw some ill-advised dives by Hoonie and Peanut in the top lane earlier in the season, they really, really were transparent in what they were trying to do. But Faker getting the solo kill in the mid lane made it all work.
Kind of brings it all together, but a double kill over to the Ashe. Definitely gonna hurt Pawn. Goes in onto Faker. That chain, Faker's still safe, end of the line procced, and Pawn gets chunked out quite a bit. Still will be all right now. Going to be hunting Monster coming through. Tether not connecting in onto the Lulu. They find Wolf, they lock him down and score. He's wrapping around, gets a leap in over the wall. Chain not going to connect in from Pawn, and Peanut is just firing off the sidelines. Nice bubble, stops up the Rengar, but he lands that full charge Bolo, locks down the Nami. He will fall. 0 summoner spell still available for Wolf. And now KT maybe looking to take away this blue buff.
Yeah, there's never a blue buff take by Peanut because he passed so quickly down bot and the action never stopped. Mana walking up trying to relieve pressure. Peanut
Bang
does
is
have
wrapping
smite.
around though. He's stealth. Blue buff may just be surrendered. Score pushing back in. Gonna be looking for it. Smite comes out. Peanut takes it. Now Depth arriving. Fires off the volley over the wall. Gets a bit of damage in it. Peanut, no flash. Gets the quick draw, but goes so low. The Bola will not connect. There's no way to follow up. He barely makes it out with his life and with the blue buff.
And he invests a control ward as well just to go for the attempt at the sniper wave. Top lane has been completely ignored, but predictably has been the Jace getting a significant CS advantage. We know how these lanes play out.
I mean, and that's really what's keeping KT in the gold lead at the moment, just 400, but having the Jace this far ahead,
it's
really working out.
It's such an empty advantage, though. Sure, it shows through in terms of gold, but we know how this lane goes. It's not quite Shen. It's a better lane up for the Gragas because he does have the ability to AoE wave clear. So, sure, there is a lead. Sure, it helps the numbers, but it doesn't really grant KT anything.
Oh, I'm just saying that's the only thing that they really have going for them.
Well, at some point, we can't just find every single check and balance because they're all looking a bit forlorn on the side of KT Rolster. Not out of this game by any means, though. Chalice of Harmony comes out. Wouldn't have predicted 2 Chalices in the mid lane in the final of the LCK.
Definitely an odd one. Faker, again, like you said, swapping back over to 2016 mode with these picks.
It's funny how this couple of last series of the LCK has echoed the past. We had a semi-final where
all 3 of his picks are 2016 picks for him.
All I mean is you think of the semi-final, build up the Alpaca, build up Depth was kind of the way, just like EDG were famous for over the course of 2 years. And now the Lulu comes back largely out of meta, but in a spot where it stymies the LeBlanc just the same as the Karma was able to, and stops Pawn from having the star-making performances he was having in the semi-final and indeed the quarterfinal against MVP. So what's old is new again, and that usually means SKT wins the championship.
They're certainly poised to find their way into an advantage, though. nice way to kick things off with this third game. Try to make it the final one. Getting some counter jungling done. Goes back to pick up that red buff.
Feels like counter jungling is actually his own jungle, but he's on the back foot so much in the early game from all of the pathing that has come through and the fact that Jace can leave lane that he certainly hasn't had much time to clear camps. He's many camps behind, but his impact on the map has been so much more important. Going for what is always the risky early game down bot, because if you get nothing from it, you lose free camps. Go bot lane and get a single summoner, you can often lose level 4 for multiple minutes into the game because of the longer respawns, but both times went even or more, and maybe it was Peanut saying, hey, let's make the turret dive happen because I've kind of given up any hope of taking my early jungle camp. I need experience somewhere.
Slowed him up a little bit, but overall still going to be in a pretty decent spot. At the moment, really just a Caulfield's Warhammer coming through from score that's separating the two junglers. Top lane still painful to watch for Huni. 2 CS down, has that budget Rod of Ages coming through with Triple Thorn's ring.
Can max Q and just wave clear though. Yeah, it's a lot happier than Shen, where we saw so many times Huni had spent what felt like 3 minutes trying to push up as Jace roamed.
Don't be concerned about the utility that the Gragas will offer later on the game. That would be quite nice for that Stand United. They're getting traded on. Jhin comes through, they lock him in and score. A nice little thrilling hunt to the mid lane. Won't be leaping in for the turret dive.
Just waiting to cancel the leap in with the Lulu ultimate. Knew there wasn't enough burst on the LeBlanc. Teleport LeBlanc only can do so much damage this early in the game and didn't have any actual damage. Only had a single Doran's, but we'll go back and get that revolver. You talk about the utility. This could definitely be defensive ults from the Gragas. Healing for the Twitch and killing the front line because 3 games in a row, no one's building any real armor. Sure, it'll be a little bit on the side of score, but he's got a one-way ticket into the back line. Will probably die pretty quickly, and from there, they can regroup, get the Q reset if a single kill comes through, and we saw how those team fights go in game 2.
Both junglers hovering around that top side of the map. No one wants to get into a scuffle at the moment here. Peanut is looking for a bit of a gank, but will be spotted by this ward inside the brush. So good forward vision thrown out here by Smeb. Flash body slam in. Try to pop this back up the lane, but Smeb with a very nice flash to the side. Gets himself out to safety.
A lot more counterplay available now for the cask plays that Gragas used to profit on before the minimum animation time was thrown in. So trade of flashes, which is advantage Gragas, given that next time Jace may not be able to disengage in the same manner. Gragas stayed top, doesn't actually have the ultimate.
There we go, yet another forward ward, saving lives in the top lane. So he keeps himself safe, but he's just trying to not really claw his way back into this as far as the CS is concerned, but not let that lead grow even larger for Smith. So he's keeping it pretty tight here. Himself in the game. Ocean Drake starting us off yet again in game 3. Likely you're not going to see that taken for a while.
And I wrote notes, I was sitting there and I'm like, well, SKT will come in big favorites. So what does a KT victory look like? Guess they're going to look and try and get some damage onto Deft. Peanut is in the bot side jungle, but we'll back away. See Peanut doing some more counter jungle. So again, I wrote down, okay, what does KT winning look like? And I feel like we got a bit of a preview of that in the semi-final against Samsung. As one's actually hitting both chains.
Chains do come through, finger going low, still has not flashed. We'll go ahead and pop that wild growth in onto himself. It's a bit of a heal coming out from the Nami. Really good trading from Pawn. You're saying, though, we're still trying to figure out what a KT victory looks like. They are as well.
So I wrote down, play around bot lane like they did versus Samsung, traditional playstyle with Deft, like EG used to do. 3-time MVP for Deft already. He's been the star for KT in their 6 wins. Pawn has been great as well. And Smep wins carry match up top. Well, they didn't play around bot lane, which is not necessarily a criticism. Obviously, they were putting their eggs in different baskets. But crucially, Smeb has been denied carry top matchups largely. He did well in game 2 when he finally got one, but otherwise it's been tanks for the side of Huni. And it felt like both those things were needed, in addition to everyone playing at the top of their game in order to win. But the other factor was SKT has kind of seen the best from KT Rolster. They saw them take down Samsung in an upset. A lot of the aces in their sleeves had to be used to beat Samsung, who were no easy opposition coming in favorites in the semi-final. And what do you think about, when you think about the innovation that KT showed there, you try innovation again, you try something new, and it's high variance. It either really works or it really doesn't. They stuck with what worked for them in the semi-final, but it feels like SKT has had that well scouted. And then you basically say, well, if SKT sit back and play their traditional style, they should win. And that has basically been what's happened, in that they've stuck the course, played SKT League of Legends, even with Peanut being a lot more of a firecracker than, for example, Blank, and with Huni playing a carry matchup in Game 2. But it still has looked quintessentially SKT.
Right now, Casey trying to get something to happen here. Score sitting up in the top lane. Swept this brush. I know that he's not spotted, but he's sticking around for too long. Huni's playing way too defensively. Won't be able to find that in. He's just going to go ahead and start working his way back.
For context, the bot lane turret for Samsung on the red side, 2 games in a row, in Game 1 and Game 2, lasted 13 minutes if you add the time of Game 1 and Game 2 together. Hasn't been falling anywhere near the time that KT wanted to, so Mata's had to stay in lane. 2v2 laning hasn't necessarily been a massive strength of Deftamar. They've looked better at it recently, but unlocking Mata to roam with Score was how they did their business in the quarters and semis, and it's been extended laning phases, which does not suit KT.
Yeah, we saw it, help them get that early lead there in Game 1, knocking down those outer turrets very rapidly, but it just has not happened here. Well, in the mid lane, smoke screen thrown down, Pawn going low, flash forward into the collateral damage, and Peanut puts another one on the board here for SK Telecom. Playing a little bit too far forward there is Pawn, getting cheeky, getting cocky, going up against Faker, knows that he can handily win those exchanges, but when Peanut's involved, he goes down.
And the aggressive tendencies of Pawn are being used against him. When he was at his best on Samsung White, he was known for playing aggressive, did it on EDG all the time, on champions like Kassadin, and forcing people to react in the mid lane. But he has the Rengar. He has someone who wants a coordinated gank, and in general, it's been stymieing picks from SKT and good pathing that have basically undone Pawn.
TP though, they're still looking for Faker. Wolf is nearby, but Mata's collapsing in as well. Mata not going to connect with it, throws down that tether. By the way, interrupts them for a period of time, but they still get the Lulu in the end. Jane comes through, blocks up Wolf. Astro comes down as well. They jump in, a double kill over to Score, but Peanut is able to take out the Rengar. Now Huni is arriving off that TP. Bev falling very closely behind the chains connect. The shock blast hits, the heal comes out for Bang. Keeps the Gragas alive, and SKT now on the back foot have to get themselves out to safety. They lose 2, they get 1.
Good trade there for KT Rolster in general. Definitely stuck the lane, no spray and pray to abuse, no wild growth, so when it comes to ult cooldowns, much more relevant in the early game before they're shorter. Was well timed from KT Rolster.
Yet again, really far forward, taking so much damage, and he's just going to get melted out. Now Faker coming in with a TP of his own, slows up Mata. Do they want to go in for the dive? Stick around for a little bit, but no minions nearby. Mata not low enough to pop him. They'll let him walk out with his life, but they answer back. They go ahead and they trade up yet again.
People want to spin the yarn of Pawn being the Faker Slayer, but it just really has never been true. Sure, he's had good games. There's a single series you can point to in 2014 where he did monster Faker, but when it was on EDG, this was the story. When it's on KT, this again has been the story. He's had some great games, but SKT have been on the red side, always had an answer to the lane control champions that have been chosen, and those answers have been very, very strong.
Yep.
On our screens, we're seeing Peanut on a bit of an invasion mission.
So that was first brick. Just missed it there from the replay, going over to SK Telecom. So knocking down that first tower, surging themselves forward as far as the gold is concerned. 1.9 thousand in the lead at the moment. 16 minutes into this game.
There's Spain, second coming in from Faker. You can smell the confidence from his items. No ardent sensor this game.
The classic pickup.
Yeah, I'll tell you, the classic pickup for Faker. Morellonomicon into Lich Bane was a very common pickup for him when Kalulu was back in the meta. They don't have worries about damage fall off when they have both Peanut and Bank doing well.
Mata pushing in, finds Wolf, but doesn't know that the rest of SKT is waiting here. Or jumps in, looking for Bank, takes him low, but he's still fighting back, firing off with a spray and pray, and that is going to be the collateral damage, finding the snipe, getting rid of Score. They chase in, they lock down Mata, a double kill, over to Peanut on the grave. Faker has to kite back around the Raptor pit to try to keep that turtle alive, but SKT in the meantime, the rest of them on the hunt for depth. He's up against the wall, the smoke screen to slow him out, end of the line coming through. He gets taken out, the delayed triple kill going over to the graves. Fire back, KT able to pick up that turret in mid. They're looking for a kill onto Faker. No wild growth available, no flash. Just trying to make it in to get to safety. Won't be able to do so, but now Banks says, all right, I'll just open up on the Jace, who's low on mana. One more hit might just do it. Seems like they just have to let this one go. So KT able to find a kill, able to find that turret. Now Bang pushing forward, flashes away. Doesn't get taken down by Pawn. He body slams forward, tosses out the barrel, but Pawn shoots to the left.
Wolf wants this one.
Smeb flashing away, trying to get himself out of here safely. Low on mana, the blast cone is there, takes him a little bit further away. Can they get him? Though the exhaust thrown down, the bubble will not connect, and Wolf is trying to go for the kill, but Mana is there. They will have to peel back. A very extended chase across the map. KT, they get a kill, they get a turret, but they lose so much more.
Yeah, with Smeb in the bot lane with no teleport, no way for him to react. That's why he walked up mid. Got bonus kill onto Faker, who overstayed with no ult. Pawn has been hunted down 3 times already.
Oh, they pin him into the turret. Collateral damage comes down the barrel from Mooney downtown. The fadeaway explosion takes out the LeBlanc yet again. 0, 4, and 3. Pawn. This is not his series. This is not his game.
Red side has been expertly drafted by Coma and by SKT to shut down aggression and stymie it at every point. Pawn has tried to make things happen. That's the only way he has ever played League of Legends. He has tried to be a pressure point, but that pressure point has burst and is in danger of just spilling over to the rest of the team and basically having no chances to get back into this series. That part was already apparent before the game started, but he has a gunblade and not much more. The AP is coming in, the items are coming in for Bang. Smeb can try and play the map, but it feels like every time there's 3v3, 4v4, 5v5, you can pick the winner. It starts with S. Not Smeb.
There you go, good clarification. Well, Smeb does win himself a bit of a consolation prize. He picks up yet another turret here for KT. Keeping the gold close, but it's still 2.2 thousand with a turret advantage for themselves. Telecom starting to roam down to the bottom side of the map. You can see Faker, Wolf with Peanut in tow, will be arriving here to try to keep this turret alive. It's been chunked down about half. Faker getting pinched in by Mana. The rest of the team is here. Tidal Wave coming through. They won't get the pop up. Toss down on to Peanut, just trying to keep himself alive, and it's not going to happen. Peanut puts another one on the board. 6, 1, and 4 now. Witness Graves flashing in. End of the line comes down. Collateral damage. Connects in on the depth, but it's not going to do it up.
He's not done.
But he's not done yet. The Ash Arrow coming through.
Peanut's a monster.
Nowhere to go. Takes him out another one. 7, 1, and 4. The double TPs from Smeb and Pawn arriving. But honestly, they might have just sent themselves to their own death. Score. Jumps in. Flashes away, trying to keep himself alive. The cast not going to connect in from Hooney as he tries to tank up in the front line, tries to stop KT from going in any further, but they find the bubble, they chunk him out, the cast explodes, they work them down, and KT are just being bled out underneath their own turret.
Bang!
Now finally arriving,
all
finds
lining up.
himself a triple kill, but Peanut takes the first one, the spray and pray comes through, his Bang picks up the assist. Smeb, nowhere to go, running up the lane, just to his inevitable death, will go down. They hand this one over to the Twitch, and pretty much all the hopes of KT Rolster have gone out the window.
A delayed ace for SK Telecom T1. Didn't even need their AD carry, and they pretend the AD carry can't, because apologies, they've got Peanut in the jungle, on the jungle Graves. He's a marksman in disguise and doing it in just the most cataclysmic fashion possible. All the speed ups, every ability from Nami and the whimsy from the Lulu. Continue to chase down. He's up a lazy 3,000 gold in the jungle, if you don't mind. Backs away as Bang kind of wonders about this comp that was built around him. He's like, wait, Peanut ate my lunch.
Double shields, be damned. Peanut does not care.
This is so important. And now he's
ripping apart KT Rolster.
And look, after Worlds, there were no questions left for Peanut. He stepped up in the biggest stage possible and delivered. Sure, didn't go on to win, but that was a career-making thing for him. A guy who, you know, word like Choker, he was still very young. It was still very early, but you could understand people try and level it. He has gone from being someone who was considered that to being a big game player. This is a big game. He is performing and will likely be double MVP to end this series. And sure, he had some down moments adapting to a system that wasn't set up around the jungle like Rock's Tigers were, who would always react to Peanut's aggression. SKT have been set up around many members, even in the course of this series, and this one's all about Peanut.
On again, getting chased down. SKT, hungry for his blood. They have the wraparound coming through from Hooney, trying to cut him off as he cuts up into the enemy jungle. Tidal Wave comes down, they pop him up in the air, slowed up by that blade coming through from Bang. A couple more shots to take him out. He's going to go down. Even with the potion sticking through. Oh.
Unless.
Oh. All right.
17 HP.
All right, well, one more hit will do it. And there he goes. Now he's a little anticlimactic. They get him in the end. Bang puts another on the board. Now 4-0-6 with this Twitch. Really just trying to get that MVP.
And once the first few kills came down, you can't really blame Pawn any more than you would based on the first 3 kills, because if he's going to sit there and wave clear onto turret as a block, you lose his pick. There's nothing to do, nothing to be said about that. So trying to create pressure, but being expertly killed at every opportunity. SKT turn on ground. They've got the true tank to turn if they need to.
The pings are coming out. Score and Smeb are nearby. Ash Arrow available here from Depth. Hasn't tossed it out yet. It's 3,000 HP in on the Baron. Mana getting jumped down. Faker doing so much damage with the help of Peanut. Calls out the redemption. Now turning it on the score, trying to pop him. In stealth, they are able to find him, and Hooney gets the kill. Now back over to the Baron. Take a miracle still here for Smeb, but already uses the shock blast, so Baron just goes over to SKT. They pick it up at 23 minutes, and it was Smeb. Cut off yet again, but honestly, SKT, they don't even care about killing the Jace. They don't give a damn. They're just going to go take these turrets.
And it's flawless bookkeeping by SKT. Their Baron game is on a different level to any other team in the world. They had both their tanks juggling aggro. Let's see if Smeb can turn this around. Probably not.
Gets the smack in, avoids the bubble, but still sticking down rather low. They want to continue that chase it. Meanwhile, Faker in the mid lane. Gets tethered down by Mbonic. Some fly police for the moment. The Wild Growth doing quite a lot of work. Collateral damage to the sidelines, jumps him down, and Bang arrives, and now they're going to go ahead and turn this fight completely on its head. Flash over the wall from Bang into the blade of the Root King, comes up with another kill as they take out Pawn for the 7th time this game. 3 kills yet again on the board for SKT. Baron and powered minions coming through. They knock down the inner turret in mid. They're going to be looking for inhibitors soon after. And SKT, 11,000 gold in the lead, 24 minutes, are sending a message not just to KT Rolster, not just to the other teams at LCK, but every team watching in the world that will be at MSI.
Everything SKT has touched this series has gone to gold. Everything has worked. All the drafts, different ways. Protect the Bang in game 2. The Big Fizz counter pick in game 1 with low wave clear. They've largely played around win condition and looked flawless doing it. And they just have so many stars when Peanut can put in big game performances like this. Faker, Bang, we know all about them. Hooney has been relied on to be just a steady rock in the top lane, and he's been able to do that against Type from 2015 and 2016. And KT are not good enough. They look second best. Their drafts have been a bit anemic, returning to things that have not worked today. Some of these strategies, what they had against Samsung was Herculean. It was a big, big result for them. But unfortunately, they left it all in Sangam East Stadium, many kilometers away from here. And on this day, they have been second best and then some.
SKT fearlessly pushing into the jungle. You can hear the thrill of the hunt coming up from Scorch, just trying to zone them out, stop them from pushing in.
To be fair, giving KT fans a thrill right now is pretty hard when they're 12,000 gold behind at 25 minutes, so zoning hunts may have to be the way to instill thrill. Smeb does a lot of damage, that part is true.
He's waiting in the brush, looking at that shock blast in on the Faker, trying to pinch in. Score's not there to follow up with Bullet and try to slow him up fast enough.
Throw the hunt timed out as well.
Rest of SKT though, pinching down yet again.
The monster
comes out already. The flash away from Smeb. Tidal Wave will not connect, but you can see the arrival of just 2 more members of SKT. Just sends them up, running to the hills, back under the sanctity of these turrets, which might not exist for much longer.
Turbo Twitch!
That's going to be the boost there with the Wild Growth onto Bang, and it just sends KT scattering into the base.
KT fans may be scattering from this venue very soon. Insane gold lead for 26 minutes. The games have gotten faster, game on game. Trying to break the base in the bot lane, and all Score can do is watch.
Bang picking up that red buff. That goes in, jumps on top of him. Redemption coming down. He gets popped up in time and on. Locked up by the bubble. Tries to juke his way out. Might still go down in the exchange. They find one in onto Bang. They trade back for depth. An exchange of 80 carries, and Smeb is just going to get taxed onto the end of it as Peanut takes him out with a double kill.
And Peanut takes down his former brother in arms in Smeb. Just too expertly. First inhibitor of the game will go down. Hooney was just free pushing the top lane. Now they're backing away as Graves is not grouped, but they've got enough damage anyway.
Score getting locked up yet again. Baker trying to hit away with these Lichbane procs. Send Score running. They get the inhib. 27 minutes on the clock. 29 kills in this game. And well more than half of them in the hands of SKT.
When I sat there thinking about the future, and certainly this was the matchup I expected for the final, But my understanding of SKT was they'd taken two big risks. They'd gone from Duke to Huni, a man known for his carries, not known for his tank play or his teleport play being on form. And they'd gone for Peanut, a man that was built around from the jungle, not like other jungle choices. I thought someone like Beyond or maybe even a Winged or more of a role player would allow Faker and Bang to do the heavy work. But they went risky because they saw the raw talent of Peanut and thought they could make it work. And, you know, if you asked me before the season to predict who would win Worlds, I still would have said SKT. But when it came to the first season, I thought it would take a long time to get the too many cooks problem done, to actually work out where the broth was going to go. But it's taken precisely 3.5 months for SKT to already reach peak performance, and every team around the world attending MSI or no will be watching this and trying to learn and just coming up clueless because SKT are many miles ahead.
I mean, it just seems like there's nothing that Coma can't do when it comes to his roster. Because I guess he can't get a lot. So that's the one thing that he doesn't have going for him. But you can see SKT now pushing down this mid lane. They want another inhibitor. Super Creeps getting ready to come up, and Huni bringing in the top lane. Very big, has that shield outscore, going on a hunt. Gonna be looking for somebody. They're looking for Faker, flashes away, doesn't get connected by the shock blast or the enchanted crystalline arrow. Grab dashes in, gets a bit damage. Now another Peanut. He now needs to exit. Yep, Bang, just firing away with the spray and pray. A couple more shots would take him out if they can get in range. They speed him up, and that's gonna be it. The chase goes down. A lot of the wave clear of KT taken away. Now they just keep chipping out at this mid turret.
Bang just wants to pad the KDA, again hoping for some MVPs, like you say. If Peanut wins the MVP here, he will be the MVP of the playoffs.
This is true desperation. The TP in from Pawn just to try to kill Bang, flashes over the wall.
Just to be clear, this is not desperation. This is just wanting to get some KDA. He wants a single kill this Pawn.
All right, well, I don't even know if he's going to get it. The chain comes down. Meanwhile, the base is crumbling. They get rid of Depth. Pawn going low. One more hit would take him out, but SK Telecom in the meantime, they've done it. Less than 30 minutes on the clock. They take down the Nexus. They take down KT Rolster. They put another championship title on their belt. And SKT T1 will be going to MSI.
Welcome to your new World Overload. Same as the last Overlords is SK Telecom T1. They changed some things up. Prophet, Peanut, Huni, Sky on the bench, of course. The squad changes face, but Faker remains the same. So does their coach, Coma. And you can hear their cheers. We should let them shout because they deserve it.
They really do. Coma, Rapid Star in the booth. Seeing right through the machinations of KT. And Huni winning another split, this time his first in Korea.
Manner of it certainly will leave a lot of people disappointed. We were treated to two great 3-game series in week 6 of the LCK. Mada on your screen, one of the frustrated members, but this moment is all about SKT. Peanut is the only one to become a returning LCK champion. 2 splits in a row on 2 different squads, something that's never been done before. And SKT will party long into the night, well-deserved, retool, go to Brazil and come in just an amazingly large focus.
There you go, the crowd absolutely erupting behind us as SKT takes to the stage to claim their trophy. At a grasp for a little while, but they go ahead and reclaim it here today. A very concise, almost easy 3-0, you would really have to say. Game 1, the only time that they were struggling.
Only one team ever gets to sit on the throne. That's how it works. Only one player ever gets to sit on the throne. That player is Faker. They didn't need Blank today. They didn't need anyone else.
But he still gets to lift the cup. Feels good to be a sub on the SKT roster because you know you'll still be involved in every single victory in some way.
Ends the season 6 games undefeated. In Champions Days, that meant something. They played less games. SKT, they are the super team. KT tried to take the mantle. They put together the talent, but one split was not enough for them. They will need to retool over the split. Interesting to see if they add on a 6th man. Try and emulate what Blank has been able to do coming off the bench. SKT, they've got the members. I think that's about it for us, Achilleos.
It does seem that way. We're gonna have the award ceremony coming up, so thank you guys so much. It's been an excellent split from us here at OGN. We are so happy to have you with us. Atlas watching in the audience, wishes he could be here on the desk with us. Maybe we could run that back in the next playoff, but for now, we're going to throw it over to Joel for the translations for our award ceremony. So thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you in summer.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Joel with your last interview translation of the split. Thank you, Kilios. Thank you, Papa Smitty, and thank you, Atlas, for the wonderful casting you guys done all entire split. And we are here with the 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Spring Split champions once again for the 6th time in their organization. This is SK Telecom T1, and we will have an interview with each of these players to see how they feel.
우리 훈이.
Rooney, you're first up.
EU 최고.
There's not much to say.
NA
Splendid.
최고.
No matter where you go, EU, NA, no matter where you go, you're back in Korea for the first time, and you did splendid all split. How do you feel?
처음으로 유럽도 로열 로더를 달성했고 한국에서도 오자마자 또
And
데뷔하자마자
it's a very splendid day for me. You know, ever since going to Europe and really dominating the scene there, but it's just coming up to the Korea and getting this win. It was a very extraordinary feeling for me. I'm very happy with that.
뭐 동시에 중계가 되었습니다만, 그 요즘 영어 못 해갖고.
And a lot of the complaints that you've been expressing is the lack of opportunities for you to speak English. Do you want to say anything right now? He's ready. He's ready.
I haven't been using English like more than 6 months, so I hope you guys can understand my English. So, yeah, first of all, when I stayed at NA, it was not perfect, successfully the record, but SKT T1 gave me really nice chance, really good the motivation. It was really nice to me, and so I actually tried hard as much as I can. So I'll be there in Brazil for 2017 MSI. So see you out there.
And we definitely did understand his English, with a wonderful English that he wanted to speak for a while.
틀렸으면 옆에 이승환 대표님한테 물어보려고 그랬어요. 네, 다음이죠 옆에 뱅 선수와
Next up, we want to go up to Bang for the next part of the interview.
오늘은 뱅 살리기 위한 이 쉴드죠?
And today was all about keeping Bang alive with all those shields coming from the mid lane to the support. How was it like getting all that support from your players?
결승전 준비하면서
As we were preparing for the finals,
100판 정도 결승전 준비하면서
we
연습을
were
100판 정도 했다고
practicing
하면
these two
케이틀린이랑
particular
트위치를
champions
90판을 한 것 같아요.
for about 100 games. This practice with Caitlyn
이번에
and
그
Twitch.
정규 시즌 마지막쯤에 메타가
And I
바뀌면서
think
패치가
nearing the end of the
들어가면서
regular
원거리
season, I think the
딜러가
meta
이제
did change pretty
또다시
drastically for
각변을
ADC.
겪었는데 그래서 제가 트위치
And I felt like the adjustment had to be made towards the Twitch kind of meta. And those are very good discoveries for us, which were very helpful in our win
서로
today.
변화되는 상황에서 이런 정답의 걸 찾는 거 어디서 그 힘이 나온 겁니까?
Where did you find all that discovery?
제가 사실 솔로 랭크를 많이 하지는 않아요.
I don't play solo queue very often, but
잠을 그냥 충분히 자고 그냥
I try to get
이미지
more
트레이닝을
sleep
많이 하는 편입니다.
and try to get all that mental training on. And I thought that was important for me.
잠을 충분히 자고 이미지 트레이닝하면 그렇게 돼요?
저는
Can anybody do it as long as they get that sleep?
만시간의 법칙 아시나요?
As you do.
만시간을 훨씬 넘게 했기 때문에
Yeah, I think
생각하는 것만으로
the 10,000 hours that I've already spent practicing the game, I think it allows me to invest that time on sleeping now.
만 시간 하고 그다음 이미지 트레이닝하면 된답니다. 크게 실질적인 도움은 안 됐겠습니다만, 네. 그리고 항상 이렇게 페이스 베이팅가 하는데 이거는 팬들 그리고 뭐 회사에 대한
And that face mask that you always have on your
사실
signature cheek.
결승전에서 임하는 자세를
You wanna
좀
say it?
즐겁게 하려고 해요. 왜냐면
Yeah, I was trying to have an
이미
exciting
연습은
and
이전에 다
entertaining attitude
했고,
heading into
결승전은
these
그냥
games,
즐기는
and I don't want to
자리거든요.
be
이미
all serious, but I
제가
want
뭐
it to be
진지하게
a
하거나
joyful
그렇게 해서
thing.
바뀌는 게 없어요.
But rather than
왜냐면
that, you know, I
저는
was
이미
just
이전에
really
연습을
want to
했기
enjoy
때문에
this moment, and
오늘은
with you guys,
그냥
I'm sure the
그걸
fans
실명하는
loving us
자리일
at the same
뿐이거든요.
time.
최대한 즐기려고
And I think it's just
그런
me
의미예요.
wanting to be, enjoying the moment
너는
at
이미 죽어
most
있다고
times.
저는 네가 모를 뿐, 우린 이미 이겨 있다. 여러분이 모를 뿐 그런 거 같아. 상대 팀이 모를 뿐. 네. 그러니까 뱅이었고 다음 이제 피너 선수 얘기 하고 싶은
Oh, he has one more thing that he wants to say.
본인이 이제 하고 싶은 말씀이 있다니까요.
지금 이 자리 되게 영광스럽고 빛나는 자리인데
This is a very honorable
나머지
spot for
수고한
me.
저희 팀 제외하고 9팀에게도
But I want to really give all the credits to all the LCK teams, the other 9 teams in our league who have worked really, really hard, just as equally as us, and I really want to give credits to them.
롤 모델이 있기 때문에 그 팀들도 더욱 힘내서 플레이할 것 같습니다. 다음 이제 피넛 선수
Next, we want to move up to Peanut.
오늘 미쳤죠.
Today you were crazy. Crazy is the one word.
제가 항상 큰 무대에서 못한다는 말을 많이 들어서
And a lot of the criticisms
그게
were
제일
behind me, always saying that I can't perform on big stages. But I think I finally really defeated that curse.
결승전이 좀
But I
많이
think
중요한데
now that it's in that important stage of being in the finals.
미생에서 성공으로 가는 문을
I think it's a step for me to
인생 살면서 여러 번
get
연다고
forward,
하거든요.
and it's a very important stage in my life where I can grow as a person and I can develop as a player.
고비가 있는데 특히 네 작전명 왕호 근데 아니 특히 자주 이렇게 시즌 초반에 왕호 뭐 자주
And it
끊기고 이거
seemed like in the beginning of the season, a lot of the criticisms were towards you, say you weren't performing as good as you did last split. But how was that mind training going throughout the season?
당연히 열받죠. 네.
It's definitely frustrating for sure.
이제 처음에 좀 못한다.
And at first, when people were telling me that I was doing really bad at the first part of the split,
신경 쓰지 않으려고
I tried my best not to worry about those things
이제 결승전
and try to control my mentality.
확정 짓고 진짜 열심히 해서
And I think that just gave me an
같아요.
opportunity to work even harder to improve myself.
포기한 거 봤죠?
네네.
그 왜 포기했을 것 같아 상대가?
굳이 말할 필요 있을까요? 네.
Do I really need to say why they gave up in the middle?
작전명 왕호영이 그렇게 묻었습니다. 네, 오늘 멋진 경기 감사드리고요. 옆에 또 자, 울프 선수가
Next, we want to move on to Wolf.
안녕하세요.
Hello, everyone.
오늘 정말 팀원에 대한 무한 실드.
Today, I think you earned the entire trust from all of your teammates today with your plays today.
롤이 딜러 게임이긴 하지만
Well, League of Legends is a DPS game. And it's a DPS-centric game, but I feel like I've earned a little bit of credits today through my plays today.
딜러가 잘 나면 HP가 0 되면 끝인데.
If the DPS gets to 0 HP, it's all over, isn't it?
많은 플레이했는데 이번 6번이라는 건 정말 쉽지 않았을 것 같습니다.
But even if you played 6 games, just like this, it would have been very tough for you. But how was today's match?
저번 시즌에도 물론 좀 잘 나오긴 했지만 이번 시즌에 되게
last
깔끔하게
season I did all right,
팀 분위기도 좋고
but I
좀
think this season
여유롭게 간것 같아요.
especially, I think we have a little bit of freedom and a little bit of kind of this expression room that we can, really express ourselves a little more critically.
비슷하네요. 네, 다음은 이제 페이커와 이야기를
Next, we will move on to Faker, the man himself.
오늘 1세트 그거 뭐
First set was all about you, Faker.
왜 본인답지 않게 눈이 왜 이렇게
제가 원래
Why are your
눈이
eyes
초롱초롱해서
shaking right now? Oh, my eyes are always shiny. That's kind of what it is.
오늘 지금 1세트는 완전 조하드 캐리고
First set was really all about you, all about Faker. And do you want to say anything about that first game?
개인적으로 만족스러웠고요.
I was very satisfied with
많은
today's
팬분들이
plays.
와서 응원해 주시는 걸
And
보고
I was very
참
thankful for
감사하다고
all the
느꼈던 것
fans,
같아요.
coming out
그리고
here to support us.
네, 결승전만 생각하고
And all we
좀
were thinking
픽이나
about
좀
was the finals.
전략적으로 많이 준비를
And
해와서
strategically and
네,
everything that it was
해왔는데
involved,
그게
we
잘
were really
먹혀서
preparing for it,
배로
and
기쁜
all
것
these
같아요.
strategies really worked out for us in the way that we wanted.
오늘 페이커도 또 우리 가족분들 함께 오셨네요.
Seems like Faker's families are here.
네, 저희 할머니.
That's my grandma right there.
야, 진짜 대단한 손자 두셨습니다, 할머니.
You have a wonderful
이런 아들
grandson.
정도가 아니야. 이런 손자 모두가 부러워하실 것
And I think
같습니다.
everybody will be proud of your
특히
grandson.
이번에 KT가 플레이오프 1, 2라운드를 막 3대0으로
And it
이기면서
seemed like
올라왔기 때문에
KT Rolster was on a run, getting a 3-0 blowout on each of their progress onto the finals. And we thought that it wouldn't be an easy opponent for you guys. But how was that?
확실히 KT가 저는 좀 다들 잘하는
한번 말씀해 보세요.
네, 잘하는 선수라서
And I think, KT, everybody knows that KT has very good talented players. And we were not putting our guard down one
근데
bit.
오늘은 저희가 좀 준비를 많이 했고
But I think today our thorough
멘탈적으로
preparations and getting a good
조금 더 우위에
analysis
있지
of our
않았나
oppositions, and that just gave us a more of an edge heading into the matches.
에베스가 똑같이 브라질 가서 또 쉽지가 되지 않겠습니까? 브라질에서 경기하는데 가족분 다시 나오고 있는데 한 말씀 해주시면.
Heading into Brazil, how do you feel about going into there?
일단 로이챔스 우승도 정말 값지고
Well, first,
깊은
I want to cherish this moment of winning the LCK once again. But we want to focus on MSI soon enough.
그 한국의 위상을
That we
알리는
want to
것이
represent
저는 더
Korea the
중요하다고
right way,
생각하거든요.
and
그래서
we want to
MSI도
keep our pride alive.
이번 결승전만큼 많이 준비해서
And I think we
좋은
want to
모습
prepare
보이도록
as much as we
하겠습니다.
did for
많이
this final, so we
응원해
can do
주셨으면
just as well in the MSI.
자, 그리고 옆에 이제 블랙 선수가 됐습니다. 네.
And we want to move on to Blank.
안녕하세요.
설령 중간에 2세트, 3세트를 패했다고 하더라도 SK가 팬들은 걱정하지
We
않았습니다.
felt like the fans were never worried that if SKT had dropped the game in Game 2 or Game 3, that Blank would have been there to save the team. What do you think
제가
about that?
계속 보고 있었기 때문에
I was keeping an eye on them.
그리고 오늘 우승한 거에 대해서 저희
And
선수단의
just winning the
노력도
game
진짜
and
많았지만
just with our
특히
player
최고은
sets,
감독님 그리고
and
빠르면
we want to always
코치님이랑
give our
특히 그리고
credits
김정근
to our coaching
코치님이
staff,
머리가 빠지실 정도로 노력을
especially our
많이
Goma,
해서
and he was working really hard. His hairs were falling off preparing for
코치님
this game.
감독님 때문에 정말 저희 부족함을
And I think
채워주셔서
our
이렇게
weaknesses were
우승한 것
really
같아요.
filled in thanks to our
많은
coaching
이런
staff.
있어서 올해는 좀 약간 좀 어려운 거 아니냐, 뭐 KT도 슈퍼팀 돼서 그랬는데 도전 모습 이겼으니까요. 이제 MSI 때는 한번 실력 발휘해야 되지 않겠습니까?
Do you have an opportunity coming up in MSI?
이번 결승에 출전을 못했지만
I didn't get to play at this finals, but hoping I get more opportunities in MSI to further prove myself.
하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
네, 킹갓 제너럴 블랭크였고요. 다음 이제 프로피트 얘기 나눠보도록 하겠습니다.
We want to move on to Profit next.
아니 신인으로서 솔직히 이번 정규 시즌 정말
This season was a surprise for everyone regarding Profit.
한번 쭉 본인의 생각이 어떤
And how do you think about the season overall?
전체적으로 만족스럽긴 했던 것 같아요.
I have to say that I am happy
더
with how the
잘했어야
season
되는
went for me.
조금 더 나오고 싶긴 했구나.
And I did want to make a few more appearances, but
훨씬 더 팀적으로
obviously,
더
Hooney
기여를 더 많이
is a very
해줬고
talented
잘해줬기
player
때문에
team-wise
팀
and with the
성적이 잘 나왔다고
composition
생각합니다.
that you really needed to come out more than I did.
네. 그럼 이제 진짜 그 블랙도 마찬가지겠습니다만 이제 세계
Probably the same thing goes for you as Blank did, but
필요할 때
when going into the MSI, when they need you, are you able to make that appearance?
앞으로 서로 더 보완하면서 더
I
열심히
think we want to really
해서
trust in
더
each other
좋은 모습을
in that same
보여드리도록
lane,
노력해야
so
될
we
것
can
같아요.
always
저도
be
더 나올 수
ready
있도록
to help
노력을
ourselves
해야
out
되겠고.
and help each other out
나올 때마다 좋은
in
모습
situations
보여주기
that we
때문에
need each other.
프로피트를 믿습니다. 자 그리고 다음은 이제 스카이.
Lastly, we want to move on to Sky for the last part of the interview.
자, 네, 뭐센 경쟁 상대 있긴 합니다만 문유도
You have a
이번에
tough competition in that starting role.
그죠?
But did you learn a lot this
상혁이 형
season?
아래서
You know,
성격이
learning from Faker is always the best.
성격이 좋아야 됩니다. 그래야 이게 성장 뭔가 이렇게 멘탈이 이렇게 써야 되는 거예요. 저 오늘 뭐 이번 시즌에 아주 뭐 많이 나오지 못했습니다. 그래서 좀 아쉽겠습니다만
Of course, she didn't get to
나는
play at all this
이렇게 한번 볼
season.
테니 한번 나를
But do you want to say
응원해주세요.
something?
한번 팬들께
Say in your
어필 한번
word that you
하셔야죠.
want to make future appearances in the days to
경기도
come.
못 나오긴 했는데
I didn't make one games as you said.
더 열심히
I
노력해서
will work harder
좋은 모습 보여줄 수
so I can show a
있도록
better part of
준비 많이
myself.
하고 있죠?
그럼요.
네, 알겠습니다. 네.
I will make an appearance in the future for sure.
코칭 스태프분들과 말씀 나눠보도록 하죠.
And we want to have an interview with the coaching staff.
여섯 번째 우승. 아이고, 뭐또 진열장 새로 또 짜야겠. 아무리 트로피 좋아하지만 어떻습니까?
And I'm sure you like trophies, but this one I'm sure feels very different to you guys.
사실 SK 저격이었잖아 사실상.
And KT was really created for defeating SKT, but how does it feel to really defeat them today?
굉장히 이번 결승전 앞두고 좀 많이 좀 긴장을 많이 했어요.
I think really
저희가
preparing for this
준비하면서 긴장을
finals
많이
was a
했는데
lot of pressure on us
KT 선수들이
because
워낙에
we
좀
all know
뛰어난
that KT
선수들이라
players are extremely talented and they're
저희가
capable of so
또
many
정규
things.
시즌에도 굉장히 좀
And even in the
힘든
regular
경기를
season,
했었고
they've shown what they're capable
오늘도
of, and we
힘든
know that
경기를
if we've let
할
ourselves
거라고
down
생각을
in
했는데
any
준비한
form or
게
fashion,
정말 다
we
이렇게
would have
먹혀가지고
come
그리고
down to them.
선수들 그리고 코치들이 잘
And
해줘서
we really prepare hard
오늘
with the
뭐
coaches and with the
스코어는
players.
그렇게 나왔지만 그래도
And
저희
even with the
준비하는
scoreline
동안 굉장히
looking
긴장을
like
많이
this,
하고
it was a really
힘들었습니다.
tough preparation for
도와주는
us.
분들 많이 계실 것 같아요. 뭐팀 내에서, 뭐팀 외적으로도 뭐 감사.
Do you want to say any words of thanks to anybody?
뭐 일단 저희 뭐 사무국 분들께서 지원을 많이 해주셔서
We always want to
저희
thank our
단장님,
corporation
팀장님,
and our office staff for
국장님까지
really helping
지원을
us
굉장히
out and
많이
giving us a lot of
해주셨거든요.
support. to run our
선수들
team
뭐
and operate our
영양
team.
상태나 또 아픈 것도 다 체크해
And they
주시고
always check
굉장히
for our health and they
감사드리고요.
make sure we're always
그리고
healthy and good to
저희
go.
같이 이제 또 연습을 많이 도와줬던 여러
And even with
팀들에게 굉장히
practices, they always
감사하게
help out in
생각합니다.
so many ways.
저희가
So
이렇게
we want to
우승한 게
thank
뭐
them.
저희가 뭐 혼자 잘나서 뭐 잘해서 뭐 이게
And it's
아니라
never really
많은
about
분들이
us being
도와주시고
super talented about
그
anything.
도움 받아서 더
But it's all
열심히
about the
했기 때문에
people on the
저희가
side, people in
우승했다고
the background,
생각합니다.
always helping us in our organization to become better.
됐으니까 이렇게 우승한 것이 아닌가. 네. 우리 SK 우리 관계자분들 이렇게 함께 하셨네요. 네. 자, 그리고 다음 이제 빠른 별 코치 얘기를
Next,
나눠보도록
we
하겠습니다.
move on to Rapid Star.
네, 중계 중에 자주 언급이 됐죠. 클템을 통해서 라인전은
And Cloud
못하는데
Templar
한타는
mentioned you
잘했던
many times
미드 플레이어.
during his
내가
casting.
그거 아직 클템이냐고 그러니까.
Since you guys are so friendly with each other.
뭐 중국에서 뭐 최고의 어떤 그 코칭 능력을 보였고.
And you really showed a prowess in your coaching abilities in China. But coming back to SK Telecom to show it again.
일단은 제가 굉장히 또 솔직히 말씀드리면 운이 좋다고도 생각이
If I have to say,
들거든요.
I am
항상
very,
좋은
very lucky and very
환경에서 좋은
fortunate.
선수들과 또 좋은
And just being in the best environment to be with the best players and the best coaches, it just allows me to be in this, to relinquish, to really enjoy this time and really to have this victory in my hands. And I think I'm very, very fortunate. And I will just work extremely much harder so that I can be helpful to my
팀
team.
맞더니 SK 텔레콤 팀원이야. 그래서만은 아닐 거 아니에요?
좋은 팀으로 간 건 맞긴 한데
And it's
저도
true
굉장히
that
열심히
I
하고 있기
chose
때문에
to go to a
그만큼의
good team,
성적이
but I
좀
did work really
따라왔다고
hard to
생각을
really
합니다.
be a
근데
contribution to my team.
더 열심히
But I
더
will promise that I will work
잘해야겠죠.
harder, even harder to improve our team.
빠른별 코치와 말씀 나눠봤고 다음 이제 김정균 코치와.
And last but not least, the man himself, come out for the last part of the interview.
이거 그 어느 때보다도 외모와 헤어스타일.
No matter how many times I've seen you, today you look much better with your appearance, your hairstyle, and everything. You seem like you put more emphasis on
그런
it.
드립이 너무 많이 나와서
I think
재미가
too many people
없습니다.
are making jokes about my marriage, and I think that's becoming a little bit of a problem.
이제
많이 컸네요. 농담입니다. 친하니까 개인적으로. 한 말씀.
일단 항상 초심을 잃지 않고
First of all, I'd like to say that I would always want to maintain my initial goals that I had.
못하게 되더라도 항상
And
응원해
I felt like,
주시면 항상 좋은
all the
모습
fans
보여드릴
that are always
테니까
supporting us,
항상
even
많은
through our
응원
wins, even through our
부탁드립니다.
losses, we just ask them for the
이렇게까지 또
continued
잘 나올 수
support.
있는 중에 하나가 물론 선수단이
And the fact that we
열심히
are
하지만
able to
진짜 안
have this
보이는 곳에서
result
묵묵하게 지원해
was really due
주시는
to the SK Telecom Corporation and all the management staff really helping us out and supporting us.
저런 얘기 막 하는 거 막 얘기 다 하고 싶지 않아요? 어떤 사람인지?
지금 결혼을 못 하는 게 아니라 솔로를 굉장히
So
즐기고
Koma
있거든요. 지금
is choosing
이런
not to be
상황도 다
married,
즐기고 있는
and I think he's enjoying his
네.
solo life
네,
at
일단
this moment.
저는 오늘 특히 막 그 김동준 클템 해설위원님이 얘기했던 이거 뭐 4딜러도 나온 이상인데 실드 시스템을 통해서 실드 보안을 통해서
And it seemed like even the casters were surprised by the strategy that King came up with the extra shields that nobody even thought of in previous League of Legends games. But how did you come up with that plan?
오늘 딱 경기에서 나온 것처럼 이제 연습하면서 선수들과 다
And that was really
회의하고
through our
나왔던
preparation and our
결과고요. 좀더 준비한
practices
게
in preparation
있었는데
of this
이렇게
match.
좀 이기게 돼서 못 보여드려서
And
그건
I
조금
think we
팬분들에게
wanted to
아쉬운
show a
것
little
같습니다.
more, so we feel sorry for the fans that not showing more.
네, 항상 하는 말이지만 저희가 우승을 못할 수도 있습니다.
We
하지만
always
항상
say this, but
우승하기 위해
we will
정말
always
많은
not be
노력을
winners.
하니까
We will
항상
not always be
아낌없는
winners,
격려와
and
응원해
we will sometimes
주시면은
have our downfalls.
우승하는 모습 보여드리겠습니다.
But we want to
항상
do
많은
our
응원
best to
부탁드리겠습니다.
show the winning
감사합니다.
form as long as possible. Thank you,
최경
everyone.
감독이야. 코칭 스태프 그리고 선수단에게 축하 말씀드리도록 하겠습니다. 그러면 선수단은 잠깐만 뒤에서 계시고.
So if the players would step back for a second,
LCK
we want to start our award ceremony for the 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Spring Split.
시상식은 3개 부문에 대한 시상을 합니다. 자,
And we will
플레이오프,
give 3 awards.
그리고 준우승, 우승 이렇게
And first
3개
we want to give out the MVP award and the second place and the first place award.
첫 번째 시상은 플레이오프 기간 오늘 결승전까지 포함입니다.
First
결승전까지
place,
가장 멋진
first award that we're giving out is including this playoffs, where we're giving out the person that gave out the most MVP points.
자, 500만 원 상금이 주어지는데요. 시상해 주실 분 여러분께 모시도록 하겠습니다. 따뜻한 박수 맞으시기 바랍니다. 항상 도움을 주시는 분이죠. 자, 손오공
We want to
IB의
invite
황원정
the
대표님
president of
모시겠습니다.
Sonogong
따뜻한 박수로
IB
맞아주십시오.
to present the award for us.
손흥아이의 방원준 대표님 모시고 MVP 플레이오프 MVP 상
We are
시작하도록
here with
하겠습니다.
the Sonogong IB president, and we are
중요하기
going to
때문에
present the
우승팀에서
playoff MVP.
MVP가 나왔습니다.
And today's match decided
누구일지?
who the MVP was.
자, 플레이오프 손흥아이비
Sonogong IB
MVP.
MVP for playoffs.
네, SK텔레콤의 피넛.
SK Telecom Peanut.
오늘 2, 3세트 MVP를 통해 600점.
Second and third set completed his MVP run with his 600 points, getting the MVP for the playoffs. This is SK Telecom Peanut.
진짜 피넛의 발끝에서, 피넛의 총끝에서 SK텔레콤의 우승이 나왔습니다. 자, 잠시 포토 타임을 갖도록 하겠습니다. 방원정 대표님과 함께 자, 피넛의 포토 타임입니다. 여러분 다시 한번 손흥아이비
Give a round of applause to SK Telecom Peanut, playoffs MVP for 2017 LCK Spring.
네, 자리로 돌아가도 되겠습니다. 감사합니다. 네, 그리고 시상해주신 우리 방원정 대표님께 다시 한번 감사의 박수를
And we want to give a
부탁드립니다.
round of applause to President Bang of Sonogong IB once again.
자, 다음은 이제 본상 시상으로 넘어가도록 하겠습니다.
Next up, we want to
준우승으로
move on to the
우승으로
main
넘어갈 텐데요.
awards.
먼저 2위, 자,
First up is
시상을
runner-up
하도록
award.
하겠습니다. 자, 2위 시상은 한국 e스포츠 협회 조만수.
The award will be presented by
사무총장님께서
KESPA President
큰 박수로
Jo
환영해
Man-soo.
주십시오.
Give him a round of applause.
자, 2017 LCK
2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Spring Split.
준우승 호명하도록 하겠습니다.
The runner-up,
여러분,
we will present the
우승만큼의
award.
큰 박수로
Give a
이
big
팀의
round
준우승을
of applause.
축하해 주시기 바랍니다. 자, 썸머 때는 더 좋은 성적 거두겠죠? 큰 박수
We will expect a
바랍니다.
brighter future from these guys. KT Rolster.
네, 세계 최고의 선수들이 모여서
The top players from around the world have gathered into this single team to create the super team.
성적이지 않을 수 없습니다. 이제
And in a matter of a year, they have formed together to get to that runner-up spot. And there's nothing to be less proud of than getting this award today.
강팀의 반열에 오를 수 있으리라
So we would like to
생각이 듭니다.
congratulate KT Rolster on their accomplishment.
2017 SK 스프링 스플릿 준우승을 차지한 KT의
These are runner-up for LCK Spring, KT Rolster.
상금이 주어집니다. 최정예 멤버 5명으로 정말 처음 손발 맞추는데 5명이 이렇게 높은 성적을
And the
냈습니다.
first split resulted in a second place for these guys. Who knows what to expect from them in the future with more time to mingle together and involve their teamwork. We wanted to give a one big round of applause to KT Rolster, runner-up of LCK Spring.
네, 자리로 들어가야 되겠습니다. 자, 그리고 2위 시상해 주신 한국 e스포츠 협회 조만 사무총장님께
And one last round of applause to KESPA
부탁드립니다.
President Jo Man-soo for presenting the award.
자, 이제 영광의 1위
And lastly,
우승팀에 대한 시상을 하도록 하겠습니다.
the grand champions.
자, 스프링 왕자를 차지한 팀에 대한 시상을 해주실 분은
They have defended the
자,
throne, and their
라이언 게임즈
throne will be
네,
presented
한국 대표이신
with the
이승현
award.
대표님께서 수고해 주시겠습니다. 여러분, 큰 박수로 맞아주시기
Give him a
바랍니다.
good round of applause. This is Riot Games Korea President Lee Seung-hyun to present the award.
자, 이승현 대표님 모시고 우승 시상하도록 하겠습니다. 2017 LCK 스프링 스프릿
2017
영광의
LCK
우승!
Spring, the grand champions.
제 생각은 작년보다 더 세진 것 같습니다.
I think they become stronger than last year. This is the one and only SK Telecom T1. Give them a round of applause.
올해도 MSI 롤드컵 걱정 없을 것 같습니다.
this year we will not have to worry about the current SK Telecom squad dominating the MSI and World Championships once again this year.
갈아입고 온 SK텔레콤 T1입니다. 롤드컵 3회 우승, 세계대회 트리플 크라운, 그리고 가장 어려운
These are your triple crowns for World Championship, and this is their 6th LCK win.
오늘은 5명의 선수 플레이했습니다만
And then only 5 players played, but 8 players, all 8 players deserve all the credit in the world for deserving this accomplishment.
이 선수들이 SK텔레콤의 이런 분위기를 계속해서 만들어갈 수 있을 겁니다. SK텔레콤에게는 우등상금
And continue on their award, we will present the award to SK Telecom and hoping they continue this prowess onto future events so they will represent Korea the right way.
자, 여러분 다시 한번 큰 박수로 축하해 주시기 바랍니다.
We would like to give you one last round of applause. 2017 LCK Spring Split Grand Champions SK Telecom T1.
네. 좀 축하드리고요. 네, 대표님 자리로 돌아가셔서 여러분 상해주신 이승현 대표님께도 다시 한번
And give one more round of applause to Riot Games Korea President Lee Seung-yeon.
네, 이제 선수단 모시고 이제 인사 말씀을 드려야겠네요. 자, 변화의 바람이 불어왔던 이번 스프링 스플릿이었습니다.
And we want to end with the closing comments. And I would like to say one last thing to the OGN Legion before I leave today. We always, not only I, but all the casters and everyone in here at OGN, we really appreciate your support that you guys give. Your viewership is what keeps us going, and everything that you guys do for us is a wonderful thing for us. And we really want to thank you for watching us, to staying with us for this end of the LCK Spring Split. And we want to meet you once again of the upcoming MSI and a short break up to the LCK Summer that will be coming up. So on behalf of OGN and all the staff and all the casters, we want to say that this is Joel Sophie with the last interview translation saying so long, and we will see you next time.
나타 선수한테 진짜 고생 많았고 너무 고맙다고
KT 상대로 연속승. 내가 들어간다. 비어트가
매력 철철 넘치는 팀이네요.
대박! 잘 뛰었어. 초대박! 풀 코드라 백스!
나이스!
이걸 지키네! 불과 코드라 베타로! 앞서 싸우는데요.
크레이머가 앞으로 들어가죠.
크레이머! 와 이게
좋아요.
신공!
더블
베타는 안 돼! 계속 때려! 베타는 안 돼!
이제 페이커 선수도 더 열심히 하셔야겠어요.
잘했어. 한게 없는데. 나도 한 거 없어. 한 거 없는데 이겼어. 영민이가 캐리했다.
솔직히 지금 관중석 보기도 좀 무섭고 팬분들 보기도 좀 무서운데
아닙니다.
응원해 주셔서
이대로 우리 10연승만 딱 더 하자. 어때요, 우리는? 우리 10연승 하면 몇 등이냐?
마음고생이 심했는데.
Me and my friends sat at the table doing stuff in the past and we talk slow. And you come over and start up a conversation with just me, and trust me, I'll give it a chance now.
전 세계 어느 리그를 봐도 이런 멋진 경기는 본 적이 없습니다.
We start to dance and now I'm singing like
가져봤어!
one shot.
와! 가져봤어요! 대박!
Follow my lead. I may be crazy, don't mind me. Say boy, let's not talk too much.
KT 롤스터 선수단에게 큰 축하의 박수를!
아쉽구나.
삼성 화이트가 또 왕자의 우뚝 섰네요.
부모님한테 정말 감사드린다 말씀 전하고 싶고 사랑한다고 전하고 싶어요.
칼리스타 저기 여기 있어!
안돼. 형님 제발 이기게 해주세요.